Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we are back to another live stream of Shadowverse. Today is Monday, August 30th, which just once again reminds me that I am behind on scheduling videos. And I spent the whole weekend not scheduling videos, even though that's exactly what I should be doing. I did play some Binding of Isaac Rebirth. I'm getting very close to the end there. There is unlocking the Lost, there is fighting and making it all the way to Mega Satan, and then there's just generally trying to get every character to every area. I've tried 2 or 3 times now to get to the boss rush, and it just doesn't seem like that's happening at all. So I need to look up to make sure that the Rebirth actually has a boss rush, or what it is that actually has to be done with that. But that's pretty much it. I've done all 20 of the challenges that are in Rebirth alone, and it's until I can e-beg somebody into gifting me Afterbirth, there's not any new content. And that's the weird thing, is that like in Rebirth, unlocking the Lost is way more difficult than in Afterbirth. So there is a decent argument to just wait until the DLC. There's a really good argument. I haven't been playing any of Isaac on hard, so there would still be plenty of reason to also try and beat everything on hard mode in either Rebirth, Afterbirth, or Afterbirth Plus, or even Repentance. There's I wonder where that pack came from. Probably just some kind of free reward. But yeah, there's an ever decreasing number of new items you could possibly get or find, a decreasing number of things that can be done, with perhaps the exception of putting money in the donation machine, which I'm up to 500, but yeah, there's a lot of runs where putting money in the donation machine is just not a priority. Like, that kind of almost is a thing that's going to happen after you've unlocked almost everything else, just because of the factor. Man, I might as well just replace this, if anything. Like, once again, we're going to just have to play ranked matches with Forcecraft or Bloodcraft, or I could play unranked matches with Forcecraft or Bloodcraft, and I guess at this point we could try ranked unlimited Forcecraft and see how that works. So yeah, I can definitely see the beginning of the end as far as Rebirth, which is fine, because like, even if someone did gift me, unless somebody gifted me Afterbirth as DLC, like right now, by a week's time or so, I'll probably be done with Rebirth, and then once I'm on to the next game, I'll probably not want to jump back to it, which is also probably a good thing, because it can get a little repetitive. That is another factor certainly to consider, is that there is just a repetitiveness to it. Let's see. I'm still trying to get Destiny Child all set up. I've kind of shifted my focus a little bit with Destiny Child. Like, the way it resets at like 10:30 in the evening in the United States US Central Time, and then you're just kind of asked to do everything. You have the feeling, at least, that you should do everything as soon as possible. When really, I come back to the game at least 5 or 6 times a day, probably a lot more. It would make a lot more sense to break things up. But they've added an entire modes, and in fact, there was a mode that I didn't even know they had added, and it was just like a button that I mentally was overlooking. So yeah, I missed out on some rewards for a few days because of that. But yeah, I'm kind of shifting my focus to be more around the idea of doing a little bit here and there. Of course, maybe that's a mistake and that's just another distraction. For most people, jumping between tasks is not a smart way to work. There is a certain point where you should take breaks, yes, but if you're bouncing around every 5 minutes between tasks, you're spending a lot of time warming up and cooling down on as you change your focus. We don't have a lot of news today, which I think is actually true. So I don't know if this was US Labor Day weekend. Maybe not. I don't know if that would be a reason why there was less video game news. I would suspect it probably has a lot more to do with just the fact that we had Gamescom happen. That would make a lot of sense also.
Help me, fairies.
They may just be out of new things to say.
I'm gonna rest for a bit.
Passion fades. Love blooms forever. Your red petals will soon be
I suppose it's worth mentioning that Destiny Child, as my favorite cell phone game, basically the only cell phone game I play except for Destiny Child Defense War, which honestly I shouldn't be playing. It is celebrating its 1000th day, so yeah, somewhere around 3 years have gone by. I've been playing it not since day one, but fairly frequently.
Let's play.
Okay, do we want to evolve something like this
has only begun.
and take out this
Ladies and gentle ghosts.
and then take that out
Yeah, I love this job. Of course I do.
and then
Help me,
smack
fairies.
that and then smack that.
You're mean.
And for a game that has been only going for 3 years or so, it really does just have a massive amount of stuff with it happening that, like, there is a level of consideration here to think about as far as
I'm gonna rest for a bit.
would this game be insanely overcomplicated? Like, arguably it already is insanely overcomplicated, but would it be beyond the pale overly complicated in another 3 years? Or is it simply catching up for the fact that there was the previous version, the Korean and the Japanese version, and so they're just adding content that otherwise would have been there anyways. There is a decent thought that it probably is the latter, and once it does effectively catch up to the Japanese version and the Korean versions, which both have slightly different versions of things, once all of that happens, then there's, I think, a decent argument around it slowing down. A lot of the players are going to be fairly burnt out. I imagine when you hit the 5-year mark or the 10-year mark, a lot of players burn out way before then.
I'm glad you're here.
There's no other way. There's no retreat.
Ladies and gentle ghosts, follow me.
There we go. That should work fairly well. I'm still just setting up things. There we go. Do this.
There you are, my little trespasser. Tonight. What an oath.
Arguably, I should have played this while this was still on the field. Yeah, I could have done way better than what I just did.
No one's getting in.
Alright, yeah. So now I'm set up. We'll go through the video game news. We'll go through the games we left over that came out on Steam over the weekend. And then I think we probably will be able to maybe do all the E's even if we get moved fast enough today, if we don't get distracted. Okay. So. This would put 3 copies of this in the field so we could play a couple of these. Does that make sense?
People are the brightest stars in the sky.
This is the end.
I shine, that mortals may know the way forward. Mortals are adorable.
So yeah, we do that. We can put that on the field. We didn't do that. That still doesn't do anything to us. Yeah, there we lose. Okay. So let's go through the news. We have Video Games Chronicles saying Naughty Dog says it's aggressively hiring for a new cinematic multiplayer game. Okay. That's, I suppose, fine by me. I guess I don't really care. One way or the other. I think I definitely am closer to the faction of people who lost any interest of ever playing a Naughty Dog game in general, I guess, at this point, based on the quality and the direction that they went with Last of Us 2. And I never even played Last of Us 1.
Activate. Enhance.
From my perspective, I would say Last of Us 1 was pretty much just a generic average Uncharted style game, so I don't have any reverence for it, and then for them to take it in the direction that they went didn't really appealed to me either. This is going to be one of those stories where, once again, I have to say, even though I may agree with the message personally, I think Xbox would have been better off to just stay silent, even in this case. Xbox urges its users to get vaccinated and dispels COVID-19 conspiracy theories. So I wonder if this was a tweet or if this was an actual post. Yeah. It used its Twitter platform to promote COVID vaccination program to 16 million followers. Yeah, the message is here if you want to read it. But yeah, in general, this could be received somewhat negatively for a group of people, and there might be some backlash. I don't know really if it would be that big, and this might be the first instance from a more global perspective of a Twitter following being so big and so established that they can weather that storm easily. Like, Xbox fans, Xbox's Twitter account is not going to lose 16 million followers for posting something like that. But it may get a lot of spam that it has to deal with, and they've made their social media markers, social media person's life a nightmare almost certainly, because there will undoubtedly be a whole bunch of trolls and just hate mobs popping up, when really Xbox, it's not Microsoft or Xbox's job to tell people whether they should get vaccinated or not. It's their job to sell video games. Also, you run into that problem. I see EU is on the chat saying hi. Hi, EU. There's a problem in the fact that Xbox is owned by Microsoft, and one of the major conspiracy theories, which is just kind of ridiculous if you understand the scale of things, but one of the conspiracy theories is that the vaccination, each one of them that is made from all these different companies, contains some kind of Microsoft tracking chip. Why even Microsoft at this point? It would make a lot more sense to make this conspiracy theory say it includes a Tesla or a Facebook or Twitter tracking chip, if you're going to make that claim. But yeah, when you have a Microsoft-owned company, Xbox, getting into the ring, that seems kind of crazy. What is seemingly, from what I can tell, not a conspiracy theory, is that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, before Melinda divorced him, which I think that has gone through, but they still, I think, are working together, did seemingly opt to not open source the vaccines and the vaccine that they had the rights to make it cheaper and freer for other people in other countries to get vaccines. There's some weirdness in the fact that any drug should be can be patented. Like, copyright in general is supposed to be a balance between what is good for an individual creator versus what is good for all of society. When you talk about copyrighting a drug and a chemical composition, something that you didn't even really create, you just either mixed some generic letters together, but when you talk about a drug, there really shouldn't be a copyright anywhere. But different countries have different copyrights, so it may very well be the case that you have to keep the copyright and give cheap or free licenses to a drug to other countries, because if you do it the other way around and just do free and share and share alike, then somebody in Russia claims they own the copyright on it and sues you into oblivion. But also, I think there is a factor that it seems to me, from someone who knows nothing really about Bill Gates, is that Melinda Gates very much acted as a mask when they were married to make him look like he had changed and grown as a person and been a much nicer person in his older age. When in reality, it seems to me like that's not true. He seems to still be a kind of ultra competitive capitalist at heart, who wants to succeed and make money at all costs. That seems to be really the case, even with his own charity, which is ridiculous. But that's, I think, kind of crazy about a lot of charities, is that they often are more money grubbing than you would think. But yeah, I don't want to go too deep into it, because at a certain point it's just me preaching, but I think Xbox, like any other video game company, it's just going to be the same response from me. Should just stay out of the fray and not make any message that is political at all. That anything that can even be construed as political, even if it really shouldn't be construed as political, just because it's not their business. Their business is to sell video games, and they should just focus on that. Like, but yeah.
Activating system interface subroutine.
You're through.
My life has purpose.
Moving on, Video Games Chronicle has an article. A teardown claims that the new PS5 model could be worse due to cooling changes, which if this is the old one and this is the new one, I could definitely see that it could be worse. Or if this one has fewer heat pipes, which are these pipes here, and I can see there's a few down here, then maybe this actually is better than this. I bet it probably doesn't change much. This one looks like its fan has maybe one fewer blades and the angle is slightly different. I wouldn't even begin to guess. Like, this one looks fancier, so maybe this is a slightly better fan, but the fluid dynamics of air are kind of insane, and you basically have to have a supercomputer run equations to figure out whether or not one fan design is better than another. Either that or just build it and hope. Didn't play fast enough there. But yeah. The cooling here seems to be different, but honestly, this looks like this has more metal. They may very well have just found that they didn't need the metal. Like, it seems to me if you can remove 1/4 of the metal and make the unit lighter, and that quarter of the metal really wasn't dissipating heat anyways, because there was no chips directly in contact to it under it. This is one of those articles where could is going to be said a lot. It may very well not matter though, because it may very well be a case that their established thermal dynamics and thermal limits
Bear the suffering of immortal light. To suffering.
their thermal limits may have just been way below what the previous cooler actually needed, and they just overcompensated on the first model so they didn't have red ring of death issues, which I bet Sony and Microsoft are terrified of the idea of first generation consoles dying because of overheating, and would overcompensate. EU says nothing to say to that, so random question. What is your least favorite video game that you've covered in your channel? That's a interesting question. I'm not sure I would really remember my least favorite game. It almost certainly would have been one of the 3 or 4 that I rage quit. Like, Disgaea, I spotlighted that, and I don't know if that's aired yet. I went through a few episodes of that, and I found that incredibly boring and rage quit, but not really even a rage quit on that. There is, I think, one game, but I cannot remember what it is, that that I really was just saying F this game by the time I was done with it. But I can't remember what it was. Which, that's a good thing, because I don't want to be in a situation where I'm mentally holding grudges against bad video games. Let me see if I could maybe find a better answer real quick. This isn't going to be super quick. If I can see. I would have to find the category of games on my Steam account that are series done. Would be what it would be labeled as. And it's collapsed. So it's... I have a blacklist, but that's pretty much just the Zoe Quinn game Depression Quest. It's the only game I have on that blacklist at this point. There are some other games that I would think about. As for favorite, that's easy. Well, there's a ton of variety in the game, so it really is comparing apples to oranges to other kinds of fruits. The general answer I can just give easily here would be Portal 1 and then Portal 2, or Portal 2 then Portal 1. But there are also certainly some historically relevant games. Like, I'm a big fan of Myst, but I wouldn't go back and play Myst a whole bunch. Although the new version of Myst now has a puzzle randomizer, which does let you potentially play Myst
Nice marksmanship.
better. So whenever I get around to buying the new version of Myst, I'll probably replay that again. But yeah, it is really weird, certainly, though, to potentially try and compare something like Portal to Myst or to Borderlands. Borderlands 1, Borderlands 2 are pretty high up there on the list too, as far as games I really liked. I definitely would say Binding of Isaac is one of the best games, potentially, ever made, but I don't know if I would want to consistently play it either. Like FTL was one of the very first games I covered, and by the time I was done playing that, after about 100 episodes, I was saying F that game. Alan Wake was pretty bad, just because it was just a awkward gameplay mechanic for me and didn't really do anything. I really wanted to like Oron Legacy of the Koryo Dan, and that game, I could not get into it. Half the time when I rage quit a game, I kind of feel like I may just be in a bad mood and stopped at something. Bioshock Remastered are really good games. Like Bioshock Commando Rearmed is a pretty terrible game, but it's not, I didn't not enjoy it. Bioshock Infinite's pretty decent. I kind of hated Broken Age, but not enough to say it was the worst. I just felt like it wasn't really a good point and click game. I think Camera Obscura I rage quitted on because it just controlled very poorly. I think that's why I rage quitted on it. Mostly is I just forget about it after the fact. Cuphead, I didn't get very far in Cuphead. I enjoyed it, but it really needed an easy mode for me. I surprisingly did not hate Dead Space 3, which I recently played, anywhere as much as I thought I would. It was a fine action game if you take it as an action game. Let's see. I like DMC Devil May Cry. Disney Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End ran like garbage, and I rage quitted on that. And that really would be probably one of the worst games to cover, would be something that's just a very low quality bad game. Downwell, I believe, was one of the games that was hyped by mainstream video game journalism a lot, and when I went and tried to play it, I found it uninteresting as a game. Remember Me was a pretty bad controlling game, but a decent story.
Can't suppress this craving.
Games like Fez got pretty irritating near the end. Let's see. Yeah, I wish they had made a new game for the Grow Home and Grow Up series. That was a interesting gameplay mechanic. EU says, thank you for answering my questions. Thank you for kinda answering my questions. Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
I'm powerless. Saw that one coming. Saw that one coming.
Juicy.
Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice was a very recent game that I played that I think was pretty awful. For as much as it's been hyped, it's a terrible video game in the fact that it just doesn't have video game elements in it, and it is mostly cutscenes with some bad puzzling and walking simulator elements. I tried to play Hatoful Boyfriend, Hollywood Star, and that was too much of a weird visual novel for me to be interested in it. A lot of the Hitman games, I tried to spotlight them and they just would not run. There's probably a long list of games that that didn't run, which that sucks. Certainly, when that happens.
Let this world slip in.
Like Jurassic Park the game from Telltale is supposed to be one of the worst games ever made, and I don't think it was that bad. You have things like Killing Floor that were alright, but not my deal. And then you have things like Left 4 Dead that really can't be played unless you have multiplayer, and I tried very hard not to play multiplayer focused games. Layers of Fear is kind of a walking simulator horror game that's a little too overhyped. I thought the DLC improved it greatly. Life is Strange is not written well enough in my opinion, and kind of goes nowhere. I could say like the Cat Lady is a pretty awesome, up there as one of my favorite type. Up there is one of my favorite type of horror games, but it's almost impossible to recommend playing the Cat Lady unless you're willing to go through some pretty brutal horror stuff.
My blade has paid your passage into the afterlife.
Let's see. There was one game called Normality that was a really old game I tried to cover that was pretty terrible in that it didn't really run. A lot of games in this list that I did not play. This list has been corrupted with bad data. Either that or I've scrolled past all the games. Resident Evil 6 is pretty awful. Ran terribly and is a kind of terrible Resident Evil game. So, yeah. Remember Me is a game that controls terribly, but I was kind of interested in the story. I wish there was more story to it.
A pointed sword deserves a pointed response.
There was one point and click adventure game. I don't know if it's the Samaritan Paradox or another one where at the last minute the whole story like drastically changes. You're doing this whole thing trying to figure out like this secret that had you're like going through your deceased father's you're a woman going through your deceased father's things. It leads you on this kind of just point and click adventure to find out kind of secret, and then at the last second out of the blue you find this like disgusting romance novel starring you, the daughter and the father, and it's just like, oh, so this guy's just a like pervert like incestuous pervert, like just out of nowhere. Like the creator of the game must have just stopped caring and put in a ridiculous twist. And either that or they thought they were so good a writer, which they weren't, that they could do something so incredibly subversive and succeed, like say a Lolita book or something like that. Which no, they didn't. And so there's that's a very weird game in that you play 90% of the game and it seems like it's just a regular point and click adventure game, and then you see all these negative reviews and it's like, oh, those people made it to the end. And we don't have a lot of cases in which games drop the ball at the very end, but there's been a few. A lot of players don't even make it to the end of a lot of games, so you can almost get away with it more in video games than you can in any other form of media. But you can't go that extreme. There was a cheap, low-effort game called Save Jesus I spotlighted in an attempt to have like Easter content that was stupid and pointless and just a troll game.
Peace in the hearts of all.
But can I really put like some game that knew it was never going to try in the first place, and I know it wasn't going to try in the first place, as one of the worst games ever? Wouldn't it be way more disappointing to, say, have Beyond Good and Evil 2 come out and it be a buggy, awful mess? Or why use a fictional reference when we can talk about Cyberpunk 2077 coming out and disappointing a lot of people after hyping up a lot of people? Let's see.
This is God's wood. I'll show you something nice.
Snake Pass was a game that I wanted to like a lot more than I did like. Certainly because it controlled weirdly, awkwardly. I don't even know if it controlled badly. It's almost impossible to tell because it's its own unique snake simulation controlling mechanic. So
The real battle begins.
a lot of the Star Wars like X-Wing games and Star Wars Jedi Knight games are just so old and not really my style of gameplay games to cover, so I kind of spotlighted them. There have been a couple of board games, like Ticket to Ride, for instance, that are disappointing in the fact that they are super expensive to get, and then there's usually a lot of DLC on top of them, and you're getting at best a experience that is slightly worse than actually just playing the board game in the real life. And that kind of sucks. I found Yooka-Laylee to be slightly disappointing
Time for me to prove myself.
in its design. Yeah. And yeah, I think that's a quick skimming of all the games I've played. I skipped over a bunch, I'm sure, but yeah. In my current mental capacity as far as remembering what I've played, there's not something that I'm just burning with rage that I played it by any means. I play a game, I move on. I certainly could say Hearthstone in a lot of ways. When I was playing Hearthstone, super frustrating at times. But then comparing that to the frustration with Magic the Gathering Arena, I would say Hearthstone was a walk in the park, because Magic the Gathering Arena was way more greedy and way more frustrating, and Shadowverse is getting slightly more greedy and slightly more frustrating. All collectible card games tend to be a little too frustrating, and I wouldn't play them anywhere as often as I do if I wasn't just using them as background for covering video game news and such. I suppose it is also worth mentioning that because I've never been so incredibly upset with a game, that even if a game didn't run, I have never found an instance in which I've wanted to go back and refund any game. So now I am in kind of a unique position as a video game critic, that where I kind of just want to own the games no matter what. And if I have a game that doesn't run, which would mostly be the Lego games, and I certainly could say the Lego games in general, with whatever happened with Windows 10 or whatever that got them to start micro stuttering like crazy, whatever happened there, in general, over the course of playing 5 or 6 Lego games has been the most frustrating experience so far as running my channel, because I want to play the Lego games. I like to play the Lego games. It's irritating to have a lesser experience with better equipment. And that is specifically why I recommend that you play Lego games on a console instead of on PC. Which frankly, Lego games are usually for kids anyway, so it makes a lot of sense to play it on a Switch, I guess, at this point. Or you can play it on the Xbox, or probably PlayStation too. I bet they're on everything. But then that also creates a weird situation where, with the exception of the Nintendo Switch, it's hard to justify buying an Xbox, even a cheap Series S, or a PlayStation 4. It's hard to justify buying those for little kids because there's not a lot of options as far as kids games.
The hunt has only begun.
Let's welcome our friends to the forest. You can't escape us.
I never get a chance to speak.
There we go. Moving on with the video game news, Norman Reedus appears to have confirmed Death Stranding 2, quote, is quote, in negotiations. I think we're doing a second Death Stranding. That'd be interesting because I don't know how the story goes forward in Death Stranding 2. I don't think the ending of Death Stranding 1 is that the world ends or anything, so it's not like they painted themselves into a corner that much, but I would say you probably are going to have a experience that is very Metal Gear Solid-esque, in the sense that the story is just going to keep going in crazier and crazier directions, which I guess is fine. Let's see. Gametsu says a team-based action game, Spine, has been announced for PS5, Xbox Series, PC, iOS, and Android. You become an action hero. Let's see what this looks like. Skip ahead. Skip ahead. Alright, so you got a lot of cyberpunk screens. You're running a floating drone camera is following you. So is this just a Mirror's Edge with a sword with better graphics? Honestly, there should just be something like this always coming out. But yeah, in the darkness instead of bright lights is an interesting twist to say, hey, let's not try to ape the visual aesthetics of the Mirror's Edge. How much of this is really going to be a cutscene, though? This totally looks like a cutscene, and you would totally have to play this. There. Interesting. So I think the big reveal here, as her coat comes open and shows her stomach and boobs, is that she has a couple of arms attached to her spine, and so she's four-armed instead of just a regular two-armed person. Which, okay, that seems like an interesting premise as a tease. It's also going to have player-on-player action, so maybe there will be no single-player experience. That could be a consideration also.
No one's getting in.
When you look at this image, it kind of implies that your arms can come in and out of a exoskeleton. Either that or these points here can become arms also.
I lost.
Let's see. Next we have a Gematsu article. Dying 1983 has its Gamescom 2021 trailer. Let's check this. We're gonna don't have a lot of news stories. There was a news story as we look at what is probably a horror game. There was a news story about one independent developer saying that the Steam refund policy was caused his game to get refunded quite a bit. I watched a YouTuber play that game. It is very much what I thought it was, in the sense that it is a nicely visually polished horror asset flip game, but it is kind of nothing else. So as far as I could tell, there is nothing especially good in the quality. This is just crazy. Like, just insane surreal visuals. I don't know if you can have surreal visuals. This also looks like it's probably a asset flip horror game. There's I don't know if you can do surreal. I really just don't know if you can do surreal at all in a video game. It's hard. Video games have to work so hard to make themselves look realistic and relatable in the first place. The idea of going surreal and making it unrealistic and unrelatable seems crazy. So now that we are done here, we can go back to playing ranked and just play our regular ranked. Thank goodness. Noticeably, also, it's probably easier to get wins now because they're not giving away the golden chest things anymore. It definitely feels like all the good players hopped on to get the golden chests, and the challenge went way up. And now that they're not giving away the extra rewards, those players have decided to take it easy and not play as much.
Is fighting and despair all you know? You must die!
Yeah, there is far too many games, particularly in the genre of nicely visually polished asset flip horror games, that have a word and then a year in the title. And it's really creating some name confusion at this point too. But I definitely, after seeing the YouTuber play that game, and this was a YouTuber that he pretty much just hypes everything up. He is all about the positivity, even if it's not genuine, which it often doesn't feel like it is from him. But even him hyping it up, I'm like, yeah, this is not really a game worth playing. And so, yeah, I definitely feel justified in excluding and not putting on the follow list a significant number of these highly polished horror games. What you don't see happening, and what could shift my perspective on this, and opinion on this, would be a case where there is a horror game that comes out that is really, really well received and really talked about quite a bit. And we just haven't had that. Not since like PT. Like that's the last, the free playable teaser demo was the last time we had major talk. We've had people like Giant Bomb talk about things like what was that game? Layers of Fear, for instance. Layers of Fear is fairly long in that genre, but yeah, that's not really happening.
And that concludes today's sermon.
Yeah, and Giant Bomb, I will say, more and more it just feels like it is. They've started putting up clips on their YouTube channel, and it just really feels like they're drastically trying to go in a completely different direction than being a video game website. They've put up an animated clip of a conversation that happened on the Bombcast, and it's like they're trying to do exactly what Game Grumps does without realizing that Giant Bomb just has way too much history there. Just way too much history for it to start shifting as much as it is. I really suspect that Giant Bomb might rechange its name to something else, GB, like Games Beat or Games Business or something like that. I wouldn't be surprised if in a year's time it is almost completely not video game related. But I don't need to speculate, we will just see. And if anything, that'll just save me a little bit of time. There is a danger, I suppose, at some point I would just be completely disassociated from the mainstream video game journalism to the point where I don't even know what they're talking about. And if other people are still listening to them, if the average gamer still goes to Giant Bomb and thinks they are the definitive source of reviews, news, and information, that might be a little bit bad. As long as we continue to follow Gamma Sutra, though, I think we'll get enough articles that show us what Kotaku and Giant Bomb and a lot of the other news sites are saying. It would have been very nice, I think, though, to have more of a smoother transition where the likes of Giant Bomb disappear and get replaced with YouTubers and people who probably deserve a bigger audience and more universal audience. Like, I could have seen a point at some point when people like PewDiePie would have been the de facto reviewer of games, but he just doesn't cover enough games. And yeah, you can't give that title to like Game Grumps because they don't play new games, or Donkey because he doesn't legitimately cover new games. Like, I really don't know who you would even call. If I had infinite money, I would probably put my hat in the ring a little bit more and try and play games as they are brand new, but I'd also have to hire people if I had infinite money. Like, there definitely is a case where I would need to probably be more of a director and general manager and say, of my team of 20 people, I'm gonna assign these games to people and have them start live streaming and covering it. Yep. And you would think things like G4 would be able to afford to do that, and yet we really haven't seen that. Like, it would be fairly easy for G4 to take its team and have each one of them Twitch streaming, live streaming as they're playing games for review almost 24/7, like between different employees. And I don't think that's happening. If it is, I never heard about it, and that they're not promoting it.
I guess you're looking for a fight.
And I guess that inherently gets back to the fact that video game journalists in general suck at playing video games and are afraid to show on a live stream that they suck at video games. I consider myself a slightly better than average gamer, and I still totally consider myself sucking at most video games. That being said, I did just get one achievement for The Binding of Isaac Rebirth that only 18% of the people on Steam had ever gotten, and I've definitely gotten achievements on some games where the percentage is much lower. But particularly as far as Isaac and Rebirth is concerned, getting that achievement is an indicator of skill, whereas other games, a lot of achievements just are indicators of persistence, because there's totally a way to get some achievements just by putting a lot of time into it that people aren't willing to do. Of course, I'm not going to get all the achievements on Isaac because I'd have to have all the DLC, and even then, it probably would be insane to try and get all the achievements. Moving on, Gametsu, the Sky City Builder Airborne Kingdom, is coming to PS5, Xbox Series, PS4, Xbox One, and Switch on November 9th. It's currently on PC, on the Epic Games Store. So I guess it's coming to Steam? No, it's not. Interesting. Doesn't seem like it is on Steam. I believe I've seen this game before. Yeah. I don't know if there's really a reason to have a city simulation flying in the sky. I suppose this is a somewhat interesting twist on a game like Raft, but a very macro scale, because you're controlling an entire kingdom, where Raft you're just controlling your little raft.
Is that how you treat a lady?
There was a game that was recently announced where you had a city sim on the back of a giant animal, and I guess that goes to show they are trying drastically to find some differentiating factors on these city sims, which, yeah, they all seem to feel the same. Gamatsu says Dark Deity is coming to Switch in 2022. It's a turn-based tactical RPG currently available for PC. Looks like it's an anime girl game. Let's check it on Steam instead of looking at the trailer, since it's already been released on Steam. Yep. So it's a group positional placement game. Doesn't really look like a game that I could get into and play. Yeah, I don't think I could justify this one, because it just looks a little too grindy. Next, Grow Song of the Evertree launches November 16th. Closed beta registration is now available. Let's look at this trailer. I don't know what happened, but the audio playing back issue got fixed. Yep, this seems like this is a more kid-focused, almost like fairy / Smurfs Village city sim. It seems like there's just a lot of things to purchase. There is a real concern, I think, that people should worry about with their kids, as far as just how much of some video games are focused around dulling your children's senses to purchasing and just becoming shopaholics. Even in-game, even if it's just in-game currency and you're not doing in-app purchases or anything else, you might not want to have a young kid play something like Animal Crossing, because in a lot of ways that is just capitalism 101 being preached to your children. And surprisingly, you have very few games that counter that where it's teaching the ideas of sharing and giving things because people are in need in general. So much of school and early childhood life and just childhood life in general preaches this mentality that you're going to grow up, you're going to get a job, and you're going to work until you can no longer work, and you're going to have kids that you raise to grow up and get a job and work, all to make richer people more rich. There is a similar mentality, and I kind of agree with it, as far as some of the toys that are like grocery store play sets, where they're trying to just, well, they're not explaining the idea of credit well to a young kid, which is almost impossible of a way to of a thing to explain to a young kid, and so it's just like, swipe your debit card, swipe your credit card. It's not real money. It's just a piece of plastic that's an infinite source of free stuff. But yeah, I think, of course, a game is going to need some kind of in-game currency, whether it's XP, whether it's energy or something. But I don't know if you want to have your kid playing a village decorating sim where they have to do a bunch of grindy stuff to just get more decorations. There's lots of cell phone games like that, and the thing that really sucks about those kinds of cell phone games is that you would just love a sandbox mode where you could just decorate the way you wanted to decorate, if that's your type of game. Simpsons Tapped Out is an example of that. The Nutaku adult game College Days was like that. I uninstalled that game after the second time that an update came out, and it broke their own game. And yeah, I wasted way too much time playing that.
That could have been improved.
Yeah, let's just do this.
Mean son of a gun, ain't you?
Moving on, Nazer Son of Man, Rise of the Last Savior trailer from Gamatsu. This is an interesting art style in that they're like little short people with big heads, not going for more of an anime style, just more going for, I don't even know what you'd call this. It kind of feels like this is a mid-European or Russian block art style, if I was just to put it somewhere. I'm also very confused as far as, she looks like she's just wearing a blue dress, and then this guy looks like he's a vizier or something, and this architecture in the back seems weird. It's a side-scrolling action shooter, which is, I was not expecting that. So, this guy's shooting people.
I'm hungry.
Boy, does that screenshot not accurately depict what you should be focusing on at all. Like, as a game, this looks fine. In fact, it looks fairly interesting. But why show this screenshot for that? Like, this is clearly a more dark game, a more violent game. So yeah, this is, let's see, here you have a blonde girl though. Yeah, so I guess that was the princess, and they were getting married, and then they get attacked in the cutscene. And yeah, this does seem like an Indian flag, so seems to be set in some kind of techno-futuristic India. Sure, something to that idea, I guess. Yeah.
I'm already a proper lady, you know. How did I miss that?
You says, I'm leaving. Okay, you don't have to announce it. People come, people go. But thanks for chatting in the chat. Let's see. This puts me in an interesting thing. I'm on the Australian Government Classification Board's website, and kind of in direct opposite sense here. Since this is a government website, I can't complain that they have a banner on the top of their entire website talking about COVID. And I can't really complain about cookie policies either. It has nothing really to do with what I did want to talk about, but yeah. Government websites would be the ones in authority who should direct their citizens towards information of that like. Digimon Survive is what I was going to talk about. Has been rated in Australia, so it is live. It's going to get a PG for themes, violence, and language in Australia. It seems to have no drug use, nudity, or sex, which that would be surprising if it was in Digimon Survive. I think the Digimon series of games probably has a larger following worldwide anyway, so you would want to, as you make new content, try and steer away from making your content too adult. I think there was a point in the Digimon movies where a couple of them started dating, but I don't think it went any kind of further than that. They still are basically, most of the kids in the Digimon universe are still high school kids at oldest, and they started off being like elementary school kids or middle school kids. And Digimon is kind of unique in that the characters tended to not age a lot in between seasons. So, yep, they for a series that's been probably running for 20 years, the characters from the first season may have only aged 5 to 6 years. Moving on, Gamatsu says the wonderful 101 remastered DLC, The Prince Vorkin, is now available. I don't know if it makes sense, even for 99 cents, to be adding DLC to the wonderful 101. If anything, all this tells me is that I really would only want to play this game once there is a complete version of the game that includes all the DLC. And I really don't even know how Wonderful 101 actually plays, so I don't know what if there's a reason to have a different character. It seems like it's just a 99-cent skin from the general grazing of this article. Let's see. Next we have Seed of Darkness Sweet Home on Steam, which I feel like this is the sequel to a anime hentai game that came out about a year and a half ago, I would say, maybe 2 years. This time it seems like it's going to be mostly censored by default. Looking at each of these screenshots, it's Seed of the Dead Sweet Home. There's no adult content mentioned at all. Let's see. So, The complete edition containing 3 items has been excluded based on your preferences. Let's see. And the Ergo Japan 3D action game containing 5 games has been excluded based on my preferences. So does that mean that Seed of the Dead was something I specifically ignored? No, but you do need to log in to see the original game. See if we look at it on Steam database and see what that looks like there. I don't know if Steam database gives you reviews as much as it just gives you prices. Yeah. Nope, Steam database just gives you prices, so that doesn't show me anything either. What I can say, though, is this sequel, which is rated very positively, as is not including any DLC. There would be an 18+ patch. It also seems to have little connection to the previous story and can be fully enjoyed on its own. Yep. And see, this is clearly going to be like a joke game in general. It does say it has nudity in it and revealing outfits. Interesting. Like, I don't know if there's a good reason to cover a game like that. You kind of go in circles as far as those kinds of adult games. We've seen more Japanese-centric versions of these games. We've seen a few Western-centric versions of these games. In a lot of ways, it is trying to play on a trope for a parody while barely understanding the concept of a parody, I imagine.
I bring unto you serenity.
What it really highlights is the fact that in previous decades, you could have a Duke Nukem game that would have winks and nods and sections that were more adult and raunchy humor. And in previous decades, you could have movies like that. For instance, like Animal House was on TV just yesterday for some reason. And it's like, yeah, you can't make Animal House as a movie anymore. Even watching Animal House, it's hard to really enjoy that the way it was intended to be enjoyed in the old days. So yeah, Duke Nukem Forever is kind of an example of going too far in that direction, and I would say Seed of the Dead is going far in that direction too. The Sweet Home subtitle is also probably trying to make some name confusion or parody the Korean movie TV series Sweet Home, which I believe is still on Netflix. Which, yeah, it's maybe just a little too much. Plus, it's combining a first-person shooting element that probably doesn't play that well. It would be insane if you were to play Seed of the Dead Sweet Home and the first-person shooting was just great. Like, better than Halo. But at that point, it doesn't matter what the content is. You just should play the game. But I doubt that's the case. So apparently I got signed out, so I'm gonna have to leave every single game that I want to put on a follow list now open, which that's gonna suck. It's obvious what I should do is make sure I'm signed into Steam before I start streaming, and that's just one of the 20 or 30 things that I don't check. Well, that would just be one of the 20 30 things I already do. Alright, moving on, we have a game called Obsidio, which looks like it's just a horror asset flip game. There is maybe something to be said about a little bit more effort being put into putting structural damage. Like, you don't typically see walls where there's wallpaper tearing and such, but that's about all I can say about it. It seems to be more focused on online gameplay. There was clearly one game where you ran around ghost hunting, and that became very popular for a brief second, and now we are seeing the back end of that, in which we have a whole bunch of clones.
Terminating hostile life form.
To die or not to die or not to die.
Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam called The Seven Girls War, which just looks like it's an RPG game with 7 anime girls. Already mixed. $17.99, Japanese full audio, English and Chinese subtitles. Let's see. What do we want to do? Do we want to play this and evolve? Or, I mean, you kind of don't have any options.
Ephemeral lives.
Begin.
Nothing shall alter the cause. Do not sully this great
To die
war.
or not to die or to die
Don't
or
do that.
not to die.
This is one of those games where I would really like to see as much effort put into the actual game versus the thumbnail. Of course, it's super easy to have an artist draw a single thumbnail, and it's super easy to have an artist draw a single character. Even if you have to draw a single character, you could easily just asset flip pre-drawn characters. But the actual game takes work, and that's where they tend to get lazy and just make a RPG Maker garbage game. Speaking of probably garbage games, we have a game here called My Furry Neighbor, which is an anthropomorphic female horse. It's kind of interesting. You can have emojis in your title, and more people don't do that. But yeah. You aren't really getting a great amount of drawing here. It's not particularly good looking. And if I can be critical of only one thing about furry fetishes, the one thing I would be critical of would be the fact that they just aren't good drawers half the time. It sucks. Visually, they need to get better at that. Okay.
Do not sully this great work.
Let's see. Next, we have a game called Valkyrie Journey to Midgard, which looks like nothing. $1.49 English only. Here we have a game called Old Hunter, which looks like just a generic platformer. $4.99 English and Russian. Here we have a game called Hobbits, which looks like a odd platformer, maybe adventure game. Seems to take some very weird visual angles, doing flat cutouts in a more 3D shadowed environment. I hate the color palette is the problem with this. Too much pink, too much black. It makes everything hard to see. There might actually have been something here that would have caught my attention otherwise. But the way this looks, it just seems weird. It's free to play. If this was a student project, I might consider it. It's English, Spanish, Latin America, so I wonder if a Latin American game developer created it. But yeah, it just doesn't really work.
All of you.
Alright, so we hit this. Hit that. And then you hit this. Hit that.
My king.
Then you do that. And that. See. Next we have Auto Chess of Gensokyu, which I assume this is a Toho project auto chess game. And yeah, I don't see anything here that would interest me. English is not supported, $11.19, Chinese only. Here we have Floating Farmer, Logic Puzzle, which, yeah, I guess you're supposed to move the squares around to make a path. Well, if it's cheap, and I guess it is at $1.39, English full audio, I'd give this a follow, at least. There's a chance I might be interested in that. There's a decent chance, though, that I just also dismiss it as a simplistic puzzle game, or mobile phone game. One thing that would help is to find out how many puzzles there are. Yeah, it doesn't seem to indicate how many puzzles there are. And I doubt that means that it has an infinite number. Let's see. How do we... I guess you put this and this. Then you do this.
100% string and 0% fluff.
And then I guess you do this. And that. And that. 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 Have to hurry up here. Darn it. Still couldn't move fast enough. I may have been able to win there, but probably not. Let's see, next we have a game that's all Asian characters, which looks like just a Chinese visual novel. 59 cents, Chinese only, yep. Here we have a game called RoboGo, which just looks like a platformer. Yeah, we keep bouncing between visual novels and platformers. $5.99, English and Russian. Nothing there. Here we have a game called Freon, or I guess that's how you pronounce that, which seems to be a player versus player platformer, maybe throwing hammers and shooting guns. $5.99 is way too expensive for those visuals. English only. Here we have a game called EFO, Escape from Outer World, which looks like a platforming game with a little bit more polish, but still not really enough. It's free, English only. It's a student project from Digipen, so yeah, I'll put that on the wish list just because it's a student project. If I can ever find a time to cover student projects. Let's see. Do this first. And let's see. Do this and this. And fuse this and this. And this.
Verifying access.
And that.
And the lies.
So hit that, hit that, hit that, and hit that.
The truth will cut you down.
We won there, but I don't know if we
Sleep enveloped in
would
serenity.
generically win in playing this deck. Seems like we lose more often than we do win. Yep. It'd be nice to be able to get all the daily quests done today, but whatever. Let's see, here we have a game called Alchemist of Pippi Forest, which looks like a mobile phone game. Doesn't look terrible, but doesn't look like a PC game. Looks very Chinese.
Is fighting
$13.99.
all you
Korean.
This
Interesting.
one's for my family.
Yep. Korean. Yeah. Guess there isn't much more I can say about it, though. Here we have Horny Seikai. Which is tagged sexual content and nudity, so let me double check. See if it's YouTube family friendly on the screenshots. Seems to be fine. It's already mixed, and I cannot tell what kind of game it's supposed to be. Like, is this a Tetris game? Is this matching the different symbols? Yeah, half of it's visual novel. And then there's different like descriptions. It really doesn't seem like there's a game here that's worth playing. $1.79, whole bunch of languages. It says it supports Steam cards. People at this point have completely given up on the idea of trading cards, which were a thing Steam did. That's not what they're talking about, though. They're talking about literally doing a raffle, which probably nobody actually would ever win the raffle. It's probably a scam. They're doing a raffle, which I imagine Steam does not allow to give away Steam cards if you buy their game. I'm sure that's how that works. Which, yeah. That is bad business for Steam to let something like that happen. It's the same reason why Amazon is finally starting to crack down on people who promise Steam gift cards if you write a good review on their product. Because A, they don't really have to pay for... They don't really pay up, and B, gives them a good review that they don't deserve, that they didn't earn. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Xenomare, which I guess is supposed to be like an Aliens game where you're tracking down a xenomorph type creature. $7.19 is way too expensive for that level of graphics though. English, allegedly full audio. Here we have a game called 4 Months of You, which looks like a pretty ugly, they'd call it retro horror game. But I don't think anybody wants to play a horror game with retro graphics. This is $4.99, English only. Here we have a game called La Claudia, which looks like a mobile phone port of some kind of Chinese JRPG. Free to play with in-app purchases, English only. I guess if it's tagged JRPG, you have to kind of assume it is a JRPG. Not Chinese, Japanese. But I would tend to assume it was Chinese. Let's see. We do this. Next we have a game called Bicerium Slime Mold Simulator, which, yeah, this doesn't feel like a game. If something has simulator in the name, it needs a double look to make sure it actually is a video game, and not just some kind of app. Steam really shouldn't be in the business of selling apps at all. It does allow a few apps in, but it needs to focus on selling games or really double down on selling apps. If it wants to be a generic app store, that could happen, but then there needs to almost be a completely different background. This says all games, simulation games, and then it's not a game. So that's the problem there. Just go ahead and play that. And play that. And then end the turn. Here we have a game on Steam called Indo, which, it looks like it's just an asset flip jumper, would be my guess. I guess maybe it's a bit of an adventure game. $4.99, bunch of languages, allegedly full audio in every language. Here we have Tar Altera adventure game, which, man, if there was just a little bit more polish to this, I'd actually consider it. English full audio. The graphics just feel a little too asset flippy, and it just looks a little too unpolished. Just have a generic guy in a jeans and a shirt running around fighting demons. That feels weird.
Smiles are the best medicine. You're done for. Faith is an expensive business. No, the smiles are not free. Feel free to call on me again.
Moving on, Video Game Chronicle has an article here. The Yakuza creator Toshihiro Nagoshi is reportedly leaving Sega after 32 years. This is, I believe, one of two people who are reportedly leaving Sega. He seems to be maybe going over to NetEase, which arguably after 32 years of working a job, you should be moving on to making your own company. But I guess in Japan that doesn't happen as often. I do this.
I shall give birth to a new world.
And then this. Hmm.
The real battle begins.
And yeah, I guess we in there. And then, according to Video Games Chronicle again, the No More Heroes creator Suda51 wants to make a Deadpool game with Marvel. He is the CEO of Grasshopper, so he says the company also has 3 new IPs planned for the next 10 years, which that's, I guess, a slightly ambitious number, like 3 intellectual properties, which that would not mean a new game series with 3 games in the series. That would mean 3 potential new series if they succeed. And they want to make sequels, which maybe they don't. Maybe he wants to specifically have them go in different directions. I couldn't imagine, though, that Suda51 would be given the rights to make a Deadpool game. Let's just be honest about that. It's highly, highly unlikely that Disney would be willing to take a risk there. Well, Disney is licensing out its properties, like Marvel characters. They license it out to companies that have a high chance of success and quality, whereas half of Grasshopper games, if not most of Grasshopper games, tend to be pretty poor in their actual gameplay quality and their visuals. Let's see. Also, last month, Suda51 confirmed on Reddit that he still wanted to team up with the Deadly Premonition creator Swery65, which I confused those two together a lot in my mind, to make a horror title called Hotel Barcelona. So that is yet another thing he would like to do. Let's see, next we have a game called Plunger Simulator, which I don't think there's any reason why you would actually want to play this game. $4.99, English only. That is ridiculous. If you're going to make a joke game like that, you'd pretty much have to sell it at 99 cents. Here we have World Champions Decathlon, which seems to be basically a clone of some of the early NES style Olympic games. I don't know why you would want to play that, though. $8.99 English only. Here we have a game called Tinytopia, which is a city builder on a tiny scale, which really doesn't change anything because you can zoom in and out in almost every city sim anyways. $13.49, whole bunch of languages. Video Game Chronicles has an article. Xbox is now the official gaming partner of the England football teams. So I thought there was a few different football clubs as far as how that worked. So I'm a little confused on that.
Thus the world ends.
Let's see. We need to heal people. We don't need to draw cards. Heal this. Can we win next turn?
The world cycles on.
Nope.
Stop!
Yeah. So the partnership was announced ahead of the World Cup qualifying match against Hungary. The FA, what is the FA? Football Administration? Wembley Stadium and the St. George's Park training complex also are included in the sponsorship. I imagine the Xbox is fairly popular in Europe and the UK, so this is not a terrible partnership idea. Yeah, my knowledge though, as far as what football clubs would be included in that group and what wouldn't is kind of low, because I kind of feel like there's a college football league equivalent and a national football league equivalent in soccer. So what I mean to say is, in the United States, there's college football league where low-tier colleges play football against each other, and then there is the National Football League where high-tier, overly funded college football players play, or professional football players play, even if they aren't in college. I assume the NFL doesn't require you to be in college. And I think there's something like that. That is to not get into the mess of like a division versus a B division versus a C division, which further subdivides, I believe, college football league in the United States, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's something similar as far as soccer, known as football, in Europe. If anything, I think it's probably just another example of how advertising, in a nutshell, is just insanity. You throw millions and millions of dollars around as effectively bribes a lot of times to just gain favor with certain organizations and certain venues and events and stadiums, and you hope you get that money back by increased sales, but you can never really prove you actually increased the sales at all. Like, you don't see it, I think, any better than local TV. If you are capable of watching local TV, particularly in the United States, there's, during the daytime in particular, a ton of commercials for local businesses, and there's no way that those commercials are worth what they're paying for them, because they often look they often look incredibly terrible and are promoting services that you don't need promoted at all.
Demonic blades have nothing on my knife.
Here is Gamatsu with the same article, I believe. Bloomberg says NetEase Games is in final negotiations to poach Toshihiro Nagoshi. Maybe he was the only one. Tencent is also reportedly on the brink of a Japanese studio acquisition, which maybe those two things are connected. Maybe Tencent is going to end up acquiring Sega, and thus Toshihiro Nagoshi didn't want to work for Tencent. But yeah. Next we have a game on Steam called Enemies, which doesn't look like anything of interest. $6.99 English only. Here we have a game called Alone on Mars, which is a platformer shooter. of no interest. $2.39. Let's see. Gametsu says Severed Steel launches September 7th for PC and later in 2021 for PS5, Xbox Series, PS4, Xbox One, and Switch. Which, do we have a trailer to see what Severed Steel looks like? A run and gun, bullet time, parkouring shooter. The problem with a lot of games like this is they tend to not really go well when you make a mistake. Because unless you can create a system where you're not just taking damage, but you're instead losing points, but the flow still continues, there's just a high chance that somebody messes up and then you will end up wasting a lot of time.
My blade is your salvation.
Let's see.
This conflict must end. No! Stop! Here I come.
Let's see. I forgot to put in the ad. I forgot to put in the ad blocker for GameDeveloper.com as a new thing, so I'm gonna spend some time here
There is not a soul without sin.
getting all those ads removed. Which shouldn't take too long. One more should do it. There we go. So now Game Developer looks pretty decent here. Might be an argument towards slightly larger zoom in.
I'll make your taste buds quiver.
There is not a soul without sin.
Probably want to go about 110%.
By your will, O Lord.
This article is an old article, but I will say the idea of presenting the Martin Luther King Jr. exhibit in Fortnite was an interesting idea, certainly putting just video on a wall that people can watch. Unfortunately, they had to very quickly take all of the Fortnite style dancing and emotes and disable them in any proximity towards the wall, because then they immediately started taking offense at the fact that some people were dancing and, for lack of a more accurate description, making light of the speech. Yeah, it still feels like an incredibly awkward and weird thing to do in any game, to do that. It once again gets back to the same situation we talked about earlier, where it's not Epic Games or Fortnite's job to teach or provide history or impact or importance or even relevance to something that has nothing to do with their game.
Spare
So they should have definitely not done it and just focused on making Fortnite the best game that it can be. If you want to make a video game that's really centered around Martin Luther King or the I Have a Dream speech, it really would have to be centered around that. That it would have to be a major focus. I could see maybe a mission if you were playing something like Mafia 1 and it was set around that time. I could see a mission where you ended up being at that speech, or if you were playing a historic history set in the past story, you might be at that event. But even when like Doctor Who did it and they made an episode where they went back to the Rosa Parks event, even though Doctor Who is all about going to different times and is like an educational show for kids, even then it felt awkward and didn't really feel much like a Doctor Who experience. Okay, can this do this in something else? No. Can this evolve this and kill this?
There is
yes.
Not a soul without sin.
The real battle begins.
Punish the wicked. Spare the innocent. Let judgment fall.
Though I set, I will rise again.
Okay. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam that's just all in Russian. It says it's called Paladin's Quest. Looks to be just an RPG Maker type game. English was not supported. Free to play, Russian only. You know, this might be the very first free to play game I've seen that was Russian language in any form. Like, I haven't really been looking out for that, but yeah, you tend not to see Russian language support and then free. This new strategy, this card is really overpowered, but it really gives you also a way to win if you're playing artifacts way more than any other time I've up until this point in my experience with Shadowverse. It's ridiculous. This bird has a gun on its belt. How would they hold the gun? Here we have a game called Django, which arguably I think there might be something racist in naming a dog Django. And while this looks visually polished, don't know if there's really a game here. Seems like it's kind of just dog walks around. Now, is that enough of a game for a dog lover? Like, I like dogs. Would I be willing to play as a dog wandering around a forest, eventually hitting what obviously are just entire walls of trees, going through what is probably a fairly small open world? I think I'd be more interested in playing as the dog in Fallout and going through a giant environment like this. This is $8.99 English only. I think we can skip this fairly easily. But yeah, you'd almost have to make a mod for something like Skyrim or Fallout, whether that's Fallout 3 or Fallout 4 or Fallout New Vegas, where you could just play as the dog, and you'd have to then reevaluate what gameplay mechanics can you have a dog do. it would be an interesting demo, certainly, if they worked on a Fallout 5 and the demo was you just played as the dog and you wandered around and you could like sniff corpses, but you're not doing crazy things like shooting guns or bazookas or placing landmines or anything like that. You're just looking at the environment. The super mutants aren't bothering you, the insects aren't bothering you, everything just leaves you alone. Maybe you get attacked by small rad roaches and things like that and have to bite into them, which might be very gross to animate. Let's see. Moving on, we have a game called SPAT, which I guess stands for Special Paranormal Assault Team. Which honestly, that's just as good as the game Fear, which was an acronym for something. I couldn't even tell you. This game looks like it suffers a little too much from dark screenshot syndrome. I don't think I'm seeing any gameplay here. The idea of Fear sounded interesting. The implementation of Fear I don't think really worked. I still have Fear 3 to play. This is early access, English only, $11.99. Single player and co-op online. I think I have to put that on the fall list because there's a small chance this actually gets improved upon and made into a game worth playing. Let's see. Do this now. I'll probably die, but let's do it anyways. Next we have a game on Steam called Wisely the Chickens, which doesn't even sound like English. Looks like a mobile phone game. Yep, I don't think there's anything there of interest. Here we have a game called End of Days, which visually is too polished to immediately dismiss. It looks like it is a first-person shooter. It's tagged with RPG elements. It's early access, $14.99. The line between something that looks like a nicely polished horror asset flip or a nicely polished first-person shooter and something that looks like an actual game is getting very, very blurry these days. Yeah, and looking at that video, that did not look good at all. But then this video is a major improvement of that as a trailer, but this obviously is just mostly a cutscene. This again is just a cutscene. Open world horror survival game. Yeah, I suspect End of Days is not a high quality experience, but I can't really assume that to be the case. So we'll move on. Here we have a game called Germa's Big Adventure, which clearly is just a asset flip troll game. I don't even know if I'd call it an asset flip game. Actually, I just call it a troll game and a joke game. Yeah, I don't see anything here of interest. Free. I guess the price is right. English only. Maybe Germa is some kind of streamer. Apparently, no, this is just somebody made a fan project based off of some streamer I have no idea even exists. But I'm kind of glad I don't know that a lot of these people exist. Here we have a game called Inno Vacation 2007, which looks like garbage. Free to play, English and Japanese. Here we have a game called Devil's Gold, which looks like an RPG game. RPG Maker game with some big bosomed ladies. $2.24 English only. No to that. Here we have a game called Clockwork Dungeon. Yeah, and we're going to just burn through a lot of games because that's pretty much all we had, is we had games left over from Friday. So I don't know if there really is more than one, maybe two pieces of news left to talk about. And at 2 hours and 5 minutes sitting in this chair, I'm getting fairly uncomfortable. Let me see if I can reshift myself. Yeah, I probably need some kind of like crazy chair that just inflates and deflates air bladder every few hours, just to toggle between softness and hardness. They have mattresses like that for people with bed sores, but I don't know if they make such a thing for chairs. And if they do make something like that, it probably is ridiculously expensive. I guess you just play this. Next we have a game called Clockwork Dungeon, which looks like nothing. $1.19 English only. Then we have a game called Sicko Island, which looks just like a first-person shooter game. It doesn't look like there's enough polish in the menu for me to want to play it. Yeah. $8.99 English full audio. Let's see.
The magic of flowers is profound.
See, I'm looking at another GameDeveloper.com page just to make sure everything lines up nicely.
I loved her.
Oh.
She was everything to me.
Yeah, and I can see the beginning of the end. Good. So here we have a game called Townscaper, which is rated overwhelmingly positive.
Every shade imaginable.
Of course, now these are old tabs, I can tell, because it still had me logged in.
You let go of my hand.
This is 539, bunch of languages. It's an instant town building toy. I don't know if there's a game here so much as it is just build whatever you want to build as a sim. And it's an interesting art style as far as the town design, but yeah, they're not even calling it a game. I think I have to say no to this, just for that reason.
Look to the zenith, for there I will rise.
No.
Let's see. Next we have a game called 9 to 5 on Steam, which is mostly negative, which means it must not run, which is a shame because it looks really good, and I guess that's why it's mostly negative. Free to play with online PvP only, so I couldn't cover it anyways. let's see, here we have a game called Super Animal Royale, which looks like nothing that would interest me. Again, I guess free with in-app purchases is online PvP. No, it doesn't have in-app purchases, but it has DLC. So it may be tricky in that you actually need the Season 1 starter pack to start with to play.
What pluck?
Next we have a game called Whispers in the Dark, which nope.
I will rise
Major
again.
dark screenshot syndrome. Looks just to be a horror asset flip game. $2.39, bunch of languages. Here we have a game called Rinse Do the Game, which looks like a joke troll game. I don't even know why you would want to use that as a name. That doesn't have a positive connotation. The phrase rinse do. $2.99 English, allegedly full audio. Here we have Galaxy Tales, Story of Rapunzel. I thought we had already talked about this game. This looks different, to say the least. Like, you have this kind of cybernetic Rapunzel character in this weird platforming. It's a little too brightly colored for my eyes, but I did want to give this a follow. It's early access, $14.99, Korean full audio, English only. If anything, I may be learning that the Korean games in particular tend to have very colorful, very bright colored art styles. Maybe too colorful and too brightly done. Let's see, hit that. And guess you hit that. Let's see. Here we have one called Rin the Summoner in the Erotic Dungeon, which, yep, this is another low effort RPG Maker style dungeon crawler. It doesn't even seem to be tagged as having adult content. $7.99 English, Japanese, Chinese. Let's see. Yeah, it says sexual language and strong language. So there is no adult content actually in the game. For a game that has erotic dungeon in the name, that seems fairly crazy. Here we have a game called Mirror Movement, which doesn't look like anything of interest. Looks like it's just a laser game done in 3D, but poor 3D as far as the modeling and graphics. $3.99 English only. And we have Heartlock, a free Metroidvania inspired game. One of those fan games for Metroid or different Nintendo properties. I believe it was Metroid. Recently was announced and immediately shut down by Nintendo through DMCA copyright claims. You definitely should not announce that you're working on a Metroid game if you're making a Metroid fan game. You should announce it the day it is in its final form and put it out on like a torrent site or something that day. And even then, Nintendo probably will still hunt you down and you'll end up owing them some settlement or something as they sue you. How much health do we have? Probably enough health to do this. Specifically talking about Heartlock though. Yeah, this looks like garbage. Next we have Virtual World Primus, which looks like dark screenshot syndrome of just an environment, not really a game. Trying to give this trailer any chance of success, and it really feels like it's just an empty world that maybe you can decorate and make something like a Second Life, but it's still empty from all appearances. Early access 1999. I have no idea how I just lost there. That seems ridiculous. Yeah, you still, with Shadowverse, run into a lot of scenarios like this where it feels like you should have won and you don't still. Here we have a game on Steam called Eternal Quest, 2D MMORPG. Looks uninteresting. I don't know if I would consider this a good art style or not. It's an attempt. I would definitely put up with this art style if you could put some good story behind it. If you were going to make like a comic book or I don't know if this art style flows nicely into movement or not. But yeah. I can definitely tell somebody is trying to do something here. That there is actual tinting and shading and details. And they're not just aping like the Moe art style or something like that. I just wonder if maybe this is a middle step towards a good ability to draw. And maybe in 5 to 10 years, this same kind of artist that would be drawing characters like that would eventually be drawing characters way better. Art in particular is one of the unique places where practice every day is necessary and does show a very recognizable improvement. Whereas if you were, say, reading a book every day, it's not really going to significantly increase your reading comprehension or speeding after a certain point. If you're singing every day, it might keep you at your peak, but it's not going to make you improve. If you're doing math every day, again, those things in my mind keep you at a peak and get you to improve to that peak originally, but then at a certain point you just plateau. Whereas I think artists can just get better and better as they get older and older until they hit a point where their hands are tremoring or their mind is gone. Like they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words, which probably means, in a funny way, to use that colloquialism, that there probably is 1,000 more times sources for improvement to learn new things and get better. I suppose writing is probably a lot like art too. You probably should just write every day to get better and better. There are other things that are similar to that. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Takedown, which looks like nothing of interest. $5.35. Looks like it's probably just a city builder using hexagons for no reason. Here we have a game called Plush Madness, which looks like a VR game. We didn't really have any VR games today. That's a little surprising. This is dumb looking. Not visually polished. I don't know if anybody really wants to beat up maybe demonically controlled plushies or not. $4.49 VR, English full audio. There might be an idea if you were going to make a Mortal Kombat style game or a boxing game to have it be stuffed animals boxing. You could fairly significantly reduce the amount of violence you would expect to see if you went in that direction.
Delightful.
But yeah, I imagine if you were going to make a Punch-Out style game, you still would just go with a cartoon style more than anything else. You'd almost need there to be a brand of plushies or something that would make sense that you'd want to beat them up. I could see those dolls that were very popular in the 80s. And there was a huge fad around them. Like, they were made by a company called Ty. I can't remember what they were called. Regardless, like, the way those dolls were made, that they were filled with beans, and that was kind of the first ones to be filled with plastic beads or beans. The way those were animated really wouldn't make an anthropomorphic version of that, where you could make a boxing game around that, but you might try to get something close to that style. Like, I seriously doubt anybody wants to make a boxing game featuring the Muppets, for instance. That wouldn't really make sense. Nobody wants to punch Kermit in the face.
Show me the limits of your will.
I can't think of... It would have to be just an obnoxious doll that kids love but parents hate. And if anything, I think there's been considerably less of that these days. Like, I guess maybe a Coco Melon type boxing game or something like that might irritate people. I'm sure there are a few YouTube things that people are tired of, but you wouldn't, that really wouldn't be recognizable enough. So if you were going to make a boxing game where you boxed stuffed animals and you knocked their heads off and had stuffing pour out of them like blood, and it was like a Mortal Kombat thing, I think you probably just would have to create your own characters. Five Nights at Freddy's characters, I guess, would work fairly well there. If you took all those characters and made a boxing game around that where you're punching them in the face. Although at a certain point that also destroys the scariness of those characters with their jump scares, if you can fight back. Moving on, we have a game called Lamia's Plan, which, yeah, looks like an RPG game that has a weird blue tint over it at all times for no reason. 89 cents, several languages. Let's see, move on. We can wrap up here and start doing the fall list cleanup. Here we have a game that's all in Asian characters. I guess it's called Hampuz for Hamster Puzzle. It looks to me like a fairly simple block pushing platforming game. $4.89, English and Japanese. Here we have Tormented Souls, which is rated positively and actually does look like it might be a decent horror adventure game. I believe this is the one where the lady wakes up in the bloody bathtub. Yeah, that's the one. This is already on my fall list. I think at this point it is straight up just going to the wish list when I sign back in. Here we have a game called Baldo, the Guardian of the Owls. This looks very pretty, but it's mixed. That really sucks because you always want these good-looking games to actually play well, and particularly if it looks like it's more kid-friendly. $24.99, English and several other languages. Apparently it runs like garbage. This is one I can easily just close the tab and leave this on the fall list since it's already there. But yeah. It's gonna have to improve greatly. We really don't want that, so kill that.
Please, no
Do this. Do that. Next we have Hop, Step, Sing, Happy People, which looks like it is a very bright, like blown out in the brightness, VR K-pop game, K-pop, J-pop, something like that. You change their hairstyles, do photo shoots for them, and lighten up and the lighting on the stage. So you're like the manager in VR. $9.59, English, Japanese, Chinese.
more jewels, more. Raise the price.
It seems to me what this probably is it gives you very little things you can change and actually interact with, and then at the end of it you pretty much just sit through an actual music video. Let's see. VR idol group Hop Step Sing 6 VR music video Happy People, a challenge for interactive music videos of the next generation, is how they're translating that, their description to English. I feel like this is more of an advertisement that they want you to pay $9.59 for than a game. And even if it was just a game, you know, changing hairstyles, doing a photo shoot, and changing lighting on a stage is not enough.
Smiles are the best medicine.
Let's see.
So tired of just standing around.
We gotta kill this guy somehow.
I paid so much for that axe.
So yeah, I'm gonna skip Hop, Step, Sing. Next we have a game called Impossible Simplified Cube, which looks like just an asset flip platforming game of no interest. $3.99, English only. Here we have a game called Power Pals, which looks like a mobile phone game, simple platformer. Yeah, I don't think there's anything here I'd want to play. 89 cents, English, allegedly full audio, with a bunch of other languages. Here we have Three Fairies Hopping, Flapping, Great Journey, which is tagged as a bullet hell, JRPG, RPG, tactical RPG.
No!
I don't see the bullet hell aspect. It looks to me like it's another Toho game, and it looks to me like it's not that good. $14.39 is way too expensive. English, Japanese, and Chinese. Here we have Escape from Lockdown, the Demon Fortress Steam version, which looks to be some very low effort game. Full motion video game. Looks like it's Chinese focused. Free, but then to actually get the whole game, you're really paying $28.98. English only. It's weird it supports English only when you look at these actors and they're all clearly Asian. An online real escape game. I wonder if maybe you don't even get this video and it just is starting with maybe one starter video, and then the rest of these videos here are nope. I guess these probably are in there. For a second there I thought it was just this interface, and then it would show you like a Skype connection or something.
I've been
There we go. Yeah, regardless of how it works, Escape the Lockdown, it doesn't look like anything worth playing. Next we have Arcade Boy, which, doesn't look particularly polished enough for me to really want to play it. But maybe I'd give it a chance. Looks like it's a platforming game where you're running inside the theoretical internals of an arcade machine that don't look anything like that at all. Like, even having fans is fairly rare in arcade machines.
To desire transformation is sin. You will soon learn.
That's one thing arcade machines got right, I suppose, is that they put circuit boards in a fairly giant open air environment to allow for cooling. Yeah, I don't think I would play this. It's a little too dark in the backgrounds. It's a little too simplistic in its gameplay mechanics. $3.59 English and Turkish. I will say Arcade Boy looks like a game that they're actually trying. It just doesn't seem like it quite got there. Alright, well, we'll play this.
Look to the zenith, for there I will rise.
And then do this. And then do this. And then in return. Here we have a game called 13 Origin Prologue, which would just be a prologue. Looks like it's just a horror puzzle game. Doesn't look terrible, but I'm not going to play the prologue of it. English and Turkish. I'll wait till the real game comes out. Here we have a game called Parquet, which this might be the first like legitimate visual novel where people are trying to make a good quality visual novel we've seen today. Haven't seen really a lot of games. I assume it's pronounced Parquet. Could be Parquet. Yep, looks like a visual novel. It's rated very positively. It's tagged romance. $15.29 is about average for a visual novel. Japanese full audio. I guess we put this on the follow list. I'm still trying to determine how many visual novels, if any, I want to cover going forward. Here we have a game called Ragtag Racing, which looks not visually polished enough to concern yourself with. 99 cents English only. Here we have a game called Foot Massage, which I guess if you have a fetish of massaging people's feet, this might do it for you. But clearly this is just some asset flip. I would assume Chinese game. It's tagged sexual content and nudity. I bet you don't really have any of that going on. Clearly it's asset flip. $4.99 English and Chinese. Alright, well. How do we want to do this? Do this. And then this. Let's see. Next we have Zombie Killer Drift, which drifting into zombies as a concept might be interesting, but you'd kind of have to really polish your game up, and this game does not seem to be polished. I don't see any point at all as far as putting screenshots saying frames per second, because A, nobody should trust that, and B, it just messes with your screenshot to make it uglier. This is discounted 1%, 2 cents less at $1.97 English, and allegedly it's full audio. Here we have a game called The Mole Littoral. The Mole Little? It's definitely a different art style. Feels like a marker art style. Again, I really wouldn't know an art style like this to know if this is good or if this is bad, so I'd have to give it give it a shot. Apparently it's a game about anxiety. Looks to me like it's a point and click adventure game. $4.99 English only. There are no reviews for this product, but 14 curators have reviewed it, which means probably nothing. So I assume that is who they're quoting in their trailer, but in all fairness, the trailer does look decent. The screenshots look decent. I think it deserves a follow. Okay. Do
There is
this.
not a soul without sin.
And evolve this.
You were done for.
Punish the wicked. Spare the innocent.
Do that. Didn't do that. I have like 8 cards left. I'm gonna run out of cards if I'm not careful. Next we have a game called Tales of the Komori, a Tales of Komori prologue, which just looks like an RPG Maker game. It's free, but it's Japanese and Chinese only. Here we have a game called Aptly Rolling, which just looks like a tech demo and looks like garbage. 59 cents, English only. Here we have a game called Am Madness, which looks like garbage. $7.19, way too expensive, English only. Here we have a game called The Lost Robot Jigsaw Puzzle Stories, which just looks like a jigsaw puzzle game. $1.19, English only. Yeah, not something I care about. Here we have The Forager, which looks like it's not polished enough. $4.79, English, allegedly full audio. Here we have a game called Ambush, which is tagged as 4-player local player. Looks like it's just people fighting each other in either a top-down twin-stick shooter or a beat-em-up way. $8.99, English and French. Split screen, player versus player seems to be the only way to play. And then we have Strings of Divinity, the Spell Plague, which looks like garbage. Early access, $1.79, English only. And let's see. That leaves us with this OpenCritic page as far as this. Right. So for Psychonauts 2, we've been sitting on this page to see if there would be any just regular reviewers, and now we finally can see audience reviews, but nobody has written an audience review. So I'm doing some research here definitely to see if OpenCritic would ever have audience reviews. Otherwise, I think OpenCritic might be fairly useless. It is useful, I guess, if you just want to take the top critic average and say, alright, the mainstream video game journalists think this Psychonauts 2 is 88 out of 100, and 97% of critics recommend it. Good to know. That's about all you can get from it, though. You still are almost certainly better off just going to the Steam page and seeing the user reviews of the game on Steam, which I imagine there are hundreds, if not thousands, of user reviews on Steam. And then we have one last game called Ink to Tale of Love, which I think I was going to put on the follow list already. This art style does look unique enough. It's like somebody was drawing in pen.
Mother, father, come on.
Let's see, we can see it's done very positively. It looks like it's probably a fairly simplistic puzzle game, but way better than a lot of the other asset flip puzzle games we've seen. This is $9.99 English full audio, a whole bunch of other languages. I wouldn't be surprised if it actually doesn't have any spoken dialogue, though. Alright, and then that takes us to the follow list at this point. We have maybe 20 minutes, and we'll just put up with it. 20 minutes before this is a 3-hour long stream. We'll try to put up with it and go through all the E's if we can get through all the E's, as in games starting with the E's. Then we will have to stop at that point. It seems like we are kind of in a weird point to have a slowdown in video games, but I guess it kind of makes sense because games would have been announced closer to the first quarter, and we're now kind of in the second quarter, or close enough to the second quarter. And then actual sales are going to be around Black Friday. Maybe some horror games try to sell in Halloween in October. But yeah, you're looking for Black Friday sales and Christmas sales of your game. So that would be when games would come out, would have their actual release date, not the announcements. So theoretically, we should be fairly heavy as far as announcements of new games in the first quarter, kind of light in the second quarter, and then kind of light in most of the third quarter until we get into the fourth quarter. And we're feeling some of that, certainly. And I still need 2 victories. So we have EA Sports FIFA 21. Yeah, I probably would never play this game, even though it is rated mostly positive. I guess I would also have to log in to remove anything here. Man. So what I'll do is I'll close the tabs instead if I'm gonna leave them, and I'll leave the tabs if I'm gonna remove them from the follow list. Probably would be easier just to log in, but even if I did log in, I'd have to reload all the tabs anyways. So yeah, I think I can get rid of FIFA. I don't think in the next year, 12 months. I don't think I'm gonna play a FIFA sports game. Here we have a game called Earth Knight, which caught my attention, and I can see why the visuals would have caught my attention, but it was released in December of 2019. It has 100% of 11 positive reviews, but it's really just not falling close enough to relevance. So unless I was to say that this is a hidden gem experience, that would be about the only thing I could think. If I'm gonna say this is a hidden gem experience, I should just put this on the wish list. So what I'm gonna do, very rarely do you get an African American girl as the character, main character, which is a shame. Very rarely do you get African Americans or Africans of any descent as the main characters. Yeah, I think I am gonna leave this and put this on the wish list as a hidden gem experience. See, next we have a game called Eastward, which is not out yet, but looks interesting, so I guess we don't have to consider that. We'll leave that. Here we have a game called Echolocation, which I'll give it a little bit more time to. I mean, honestly, it already is at 100% positivity. There's no reason to give it more time. You're playing as a bat, you're flying around, trying to echolocate.
It's beautiful tonight.
Let's see. Here we have a game called Edge of Dawn. Yeah, this is not gonna work. I need to log in. So let me just sign in. Log in. Use my phone authenticator.
To the land of the living.
Want to play?
Step back.
Okay,
New
where
rival
is it?
incoming. There's no retreat.
Usually it just pops up.
I'm not lonely. Not with everyone around me.
Okay. Okay, yep. Do that.
Smiles are the best medicine.
And then I guess you do this. Alright. So we have Edge of Dawn, mostly negative. We take that off the following list. We'll go back. FIFA, reload, take FIFA off the following list. If I'm going to play a FIFA game, it'll be FIFA 2022. Earth Knight. We're going to call this a hidden gem and put this on the wish list.
Call on me again.
Here. Echolocation. We go ahead and just promote it to the wish list too. And let's see. Next we have Edge of Eternity, which is it in early access? No. So you have a RPG game here, JRPG, that looks good, is rated well. It's not in early access. It's $20.99 English full audio, which that probably will be a factor, certainly. Like, I don't want to have to read while also grinding in a JRPG if I can avoid it. Yeah, nothing there. Doesn't get that to the wish list. Now, in all fairness, I will say there is a possibility that at some point I'll recognize that I just am not willing to. I'm not really willing to play a lot of JRPGs, and so I may at some point clean up the wish list and say no. It may just be that JRPGs prove to not be my style of game. Let's see. Here we have a game called Edge of Reality, which is mostly positive visual novel. Definitely feels like more of a Western visual novel set in a period time. It's $1.99. It's a bunch of languages, not full audio though. I guess we have to add that to the wish list. I want to be a little careful not to add a whole bunch of JRPGs or visual novels in this case. I kind of hated this game, to get back to the question that was asked previously by EU. Edna and Harvey, the Breakout, I felt was kind of a terrible game, and yet the anniversary edition now exists, and I don't know if I want to bother to get it again. Like, I don't think I'd bother to play it again. This is kind of one of those games I'm going to put on the wish list and then in my own mind realize that I'm never going to buy it. Somebody was to gift it to me. Like, I could complete the collection, and instead of paying $20, I could pay $9.99, since I already have the original game, which that's nice and all, but even the original price, if I actually did pay $14.99, is really, really expensive. And the other thing about that is certainly I haven't gotten anywhere close to playing any of the other Edna and Harvey games, which I think there's a couple of them.
For there I will rise.
You're mean. You're mean.
There we go. Here we have a game called EF, the First Tale All Ages Edition, which I don't know if I... Yeah, I think we can say no to this. It does have 30 positive reviews, yes, but yeah, when I start talking about relevancy and having to have a certain amount of reviews, a 2019 visual novel should have more than that, and I think this is an easy choice. Also, it creates an interesting point. Do I want to play the all ages version, or do I want to play the uncensored version?
Not with everyone around me.
Probably for YouTube I'd want to play the all ages versions, but I might want to own the uncensored version. I very much want to see
Try again.
just a toggle in the game and there be only one version. Let's see. Here we have Einstein's Riddles. There was an old Einstein game that this is based off of, but I guess it just doesn't have enough relevancy to, like, for me to really play it, even at $1.99. Like, I really wouldn't even have much to say as far as Einstein's. I would show it off as a spotlight and then never play the game again. Let's see, here we have one that only has 25 positive reviews. It says it's a casual adventure game. I think my standards have increased far enough that I can now reject this. It's free, so maybe this was like a student project. If that was the case. Yep. This was a student project, so student project should be on the wish list, not the fall list, if we're going to make that exception.
I will protect even in death.
You were done for.
Right. Are we safe? I think we are.
You're mean. You're mean. You're in good hands.
Next we have El Hio, a Wild West tale. This was one that really caught my attention, but clearly didn't catch enough people's attention. It's kind of a shame. It seems like, for lack of a better term, the average video gamer is very white bread, plain bread. Like, I don't know how else to explain it. They don't seem to tend to play games that tell any kind of story of any other culture. It seems like they obviously don't relate to it to such an extent that they're not even willing to see a story in that vein. For that being said, like, you see this is positive, so as a curator and a critic, I guess it's it's part of my job to expose people to different cultures and different stories, and when covered in the video game format, and expose things that might be good and might be getting underviewed. And in all fairness, I also would say that El Hio was really badly advertised and poorly advertised, so you can't just blame the gaming community. I think more people would have played this game had they known it existed, had it gone on sale a lot more,
I shall give birth to a new world.
had it been maybe a little bit cheaper. All of those things, I assume, are also playing a factor.
Thus, the world ends.
Goodbye.
Okay. Let's do this. And then do this. And then do this. And do this, I guess. Let's see. We got it.
I pray that
So,
you be freed
at
from
this
suffering.
point, I don't think I have any daily quests at all to do. Great. It's nice to finally, after nearly a week. Nope, I still need one more ranked win. But that seems potentially doable. El Shaddai Ascension of the Metatron, still not out yet. But almost certainly when it does come out, I will want to play it. I just want to hold
Fighting
back.
in despair all you know?
I don't remember a level like this. I know there was some large variety of levels in the game. Basically, I wouldn't be surprised if the game was a combination of tech demos or other projects they worked on that they reskinned to all connect into a story. I wouldn't be surprised how many, if there were several recognizable games that have cobbled together gameplay elements that were never supposed to be in the same game. Let's see, next we have a game called Elder Souls, which is tagged as a Souls-like, and yeah, looks like it's a top-down hack-and-slash game. It's $19.99, bunch of languages. I don't think I see anything here that wouldn't put this on the follow list, other than maybe this would just be really frustrating, but at a certain point I can't make that assumption. I have to just put it on the wish list and maybe buy it and maybe burn out on it. This game came out July 29th. What's crazy about this is it came out relatively recently and I don't remember it at all. It's just another example of games not getting advertised well enough. Let's see, Eldritch University. We can just let that turn in. Seems to be a visual novel, which has a twist. But yeah, I don't think there's enough here. $5.99 English, no voice acting. Seems to be all female LGBT experience, if I was to guess, or just the L lesbian part of that would be my guess. Doesn't have enough relevance. I don't want to cover a ton of visual novels. This might be an example of a Western visual novel that probably might deserve a look, but it almost have to fall onto the shoulders of people who are specifically only about covering visual novels, not just a more generalist video game critic like me. Here we have Election Year Knockout, which has no relevancy at all now since the entire election year is over. Yeah, I don't think I was ever going to play this game anyways. But we can get rid of that. It'll be a couple years, I guess, before we next have a whole bunch of election-related games. This game, Electromechanical Simulator. I kind of want this to be a good game if it ever comes out, which is a big if. I suspect it won't. It is way too ambitious, just having multiple different things you take apart and try and repair. A lot of which would not be the same person would not be disassembling or assembling a bomb as the person who's working on like a police scanner or a CB radio or whatever that is, and as the same person that would be working on cell phones. Like an electrician could fix all these things, but probably wouldn't. Like one of the things that's a sad realization, if you did want to be an electrician as anything more than a hobby, is that you'll quickly learn in almost every scenario you can't actually be an electrician as a career. People are not willing to pay to have someone fix something when they can just replace it with a better, newer version, even if they're paying a lot more in most cases. And electricians don't have good discounts in bulk or anything like that as far as components and parts, so you're charging for your time, you're charging for the parts, and it just gets close to impossible to charge a small enough amounts that people are satisfied. Let's see, next we have a game called Elite Commander, which looks like a first-person shooter, kind of arcadey. Unfortunately, it's mixed. I kind of like the bright, colorful art style. It is a fresh breath away from the hyper-realistic first-person shooter games, military shooter games. This is $1.99 English only. Yeah, I don't even know why I'm showing off the price and such. And mixed, it leaves the follow list. Maybe once we get the follow list actually cleaned up fairly well, there will be a point where going through and doing a follow list cleanup is a lot easier, because there's just way less. Maybe my standards will finally get raised high enough that I'm rejecting the right games before I even put them on the follow list. Which I think that has somewhat happened, and it does create day to day when we're live streaming every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. It does create a scenario where more and more of those games are getting rejected just out of hand. That probably is a good thing, although it may feel a little negative. You came on the channel saying I came back. Okay, welcome back. Here we have a game called Ellie, which, let's see. Again, I guess I'm gonna have to say this is just a hidden gem game. It doesn't have the usual 30 user reviews I want to see, but they are positive. So I'm going to promote this one from the follow list to the wish list. We're doing follow list cleanup. Again, doing all the games starting with the letter E. And then here we have a game called Elmarian Dragon Time. This might be a VR game. I would like a game where you play as a dragon. I think the visual polish here is a little low, and it's early access. Came out March 12th, 2020. I feel like I want to give this some more time just because of the pandemic. Like, I could see maybe a a little bit more effort or a little bit more polish, and you could turn that into an interesting game. I don't know exactly how you would make an RPG game where you play as a dragon, but I would definitely be excited to see someone try.
There is not a soul without sin.
It'd probably be fairly easy to make an RPG game where you play as a dragon, because you could just copy everything you've seen in any other fantasy RPG game and flip it so you're the dragon instead of the hero. This game, Ember, is still early access, so I'll give it some more time. Again, mostly because of the pandemic. Here we have a game called Embracelet, which seems to be a kind of interesting adventure puzzle game. It's $12.99, bunch of languages. There's also a game called Milkmaid of the Milky Way. Well, Milkmaids of the Milky Way. I guess this has enough relevancy, so let's reload this page and take it off the follow list and put it on the wish list. Here we have Emily is Away, heart sign, which might be Emily is Away 3. Yeah. This was one of the ones where, like, the story matters a lot more than the presentation, and I don't know if the presentation kind of hurts. You can see it's overwhelmingly positive, so it kind of is an example of I'm gonna have to swallow my reticence and just put it on the wish list. Emily is Away is free to play, the first game in the series, but Emily is Away 2 is $4.99, so Emily is Away 3. Now, almost certainly I'll want to make sure to play the first game since it's free and see if I can tolerate it, because there is a possibility that it is just such not a game for me that I can't even tolerate it.
Let judgment fall.
Let's see. Next we have Empire of Ember, which is still early access, so we don't have to consider it yet. Here we have Empires of Ruin, which is a tower defense game. It looks like it has enough visual polish to it and variety around it that there might actually be an argument to playing it. Is it in early access? No. English full audio. Yep. I think I'm being fairly lenient, but I normally reject almost all tower defense games. In this one, I'm going to make an exception and put it on the wish list. There is definitely enough I could say, I think, around the idea of making a tower defense game that is actually quality.
You're in good hands.
Yeah. If I survive this next turn, I'll be surprised. I guess we'll give it probably one more game and then we'll be done for today. Here we have a game called Empyrean Galactic Survival. Empyrean probably is how you pronounce that. This just looks too much like an asset flip game though. Like, even though it's rated very positively, an open survival craft, open survival space game,
You must die.
it just does not strike me as something I would want to play. Honestly, I think I just don't want to play that many survival games. If I was going to play kind of a survival game, I would probably have tried harder to play like Conan Exiles, and even that doesn't really appeal to me. Here we have a game called Encased, a sci-fi post-apocalyptic RPG. Which, yeah, I don't know how many RPGs I'll play, but this meets all the criteria to make it to the wish list, except for the fact that it's still early access. It's English-Russian. This came out September 26, 2019. I think by the time, like, you're talking nearly 2 years, but in the middle of the pandemic. I'm gonna cut this some slack, but next time I see Encased, I almost certainly will remove it from the fall list, just as one of the mini games that never come out of early access. Here we have a game called Encodia, which looks very different visually. It's rated very positively. It's not an early access, it's $12.49. Looks like a cyberpunk point-and-click adventure game. And it definitely feels like one of these games where very few people have ever even heard of it. I don't remember this game. Of course, at this point, it's practically impossible for me to remember anything as far as video games are related. I've seen so many of them. But yeah, Encodia is going to the wish list. And hopefully that is an example of one of those games that actually makes its way on sale so I can actually buy it, because I'm still heavily focused around purchasing games when they are available for sale. Here we have Encore Casino Games Collection. Now what's weird here is this game looks very much like a game I played in the 1990s, and I think it probably is that game being re-released, maybe slightly different branded. Maybe in the United States it was sold under the Hoyle title before. This gives you the potential to play casino games without any in-app purchases or gambling, but at the disadvantage of really ugly graphics. And at a certain point you should just play Tabletop Simulator. So I think there's no real relevancy here. Nobody came back to play these old games. So I think at that point you just have to throw up your hands and say there were better options. At least Tabletop Simulator is a better option. And you get a slightly different argument with Encore Classic games, which are not the casino games. Why the two are broken up doesn't really make sense. They clearly did that just to sell nearly the same product twice. Like, I definitely remember playing games like this that taught me a bunch of card games and things that I probably have completely forgotten now. Again, though, just don't think there's going to be enough relevancy. I'm basically want to split the difference. English full audio. Yeah, I think I want to split the difference, and I'm going to leave this one on the fall list. Then if I decide that's a thing, then we would buy, like, Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego Encore. I don't know which Carmen Sandiego game this is. This seems to be like a very more recent one than some of the other ones, which at this point I don't think they even sell or publish the old Carmen Sandiego games because of the fact that there is like there's such inaccuracy in the Where in the World Carmen San Diego games, because so much has changed geographically that it's not educational anymore to play the game. You actually would have to, it would be a historical nightmare to have to go back and figure out what the answer to a question is set in a specific time period. Moving on, we have the Endless Escape, which looks to me like it is a visually blown out infinite escape puzzle. Yeah, it looks like it's mostly dungeon crawling and avoiding rocks and spikes and things. Kind of feels like it's a frustration troll game. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to play this anyways. $3.99 English only. I don't know why I even put this on the follow list. It is very positive, so I'll say that people that would want to play that kind of game probably would enjoy it, but yeah, maybe I've just realized something that I didn't know before as far as the styles of games. Let's see. Kerbal Space Program seems to be on sale fairly often. Yeah, the next game must have been removed from Steam because it took me to the Steam main page. This game, Fran Brow, is on sale. And I really wish I had just a wallet amount of $20 or so always in my Steam account, which I probably should just do that for when things go on weekly sales. Most of the weekly sales are not that good, though. Let's see. Anyways, and you are just better off only thinking about purchasing games during specific big sales. But yeah, Witcher 3 starting at $7.99 is not bad. You probably have to buy all the DLC later. Alligator. It probably wouldn't hurt if I was a bit more of a shopaholic as far as games on Steam to have something like an RSS feed or an email of what the specific one daily deal is. Because yeah, this is today's daily deal, and then there's always a midweek madness or weekend madness, and then these others are just kind of generic special offers, and then there's usually not anything else that really needs to be looked at on a week-to-week basis or day-to-day basis. It does seem to me like Seed of the Dead Sweet Home is getting some reviews and some coverage, which, yeah, I could see that being the most interesting game for the current audience for this week, over this weekend. Yes, we'll do one more game, even though we don't have any daily quests left. Yeah, Fran Brow here is overwhelmingly positive as what looks like a psychological horror point-and-click adventure game. If anything, she might be a better version or comparison to the Edna and Harvey games.
Is fighting and despair all
And
you know? Bow before Dark
you
Dragoon,
could get
ruler
this
of the
whole
skies.
bundle of Shardlight and Bear With Me Collector's Edition Fran Brow for $22.96, which is not as good of a deal, so you would be better off buying this than buying these other two games when they're on sale. Soundtrack and then Soundtrack Remastered is an interesting thing. I don't know why you would do that. I would never call Soundtrack a remastered, even though that's where that phrase comes from. I would call it the original soundtrack, and then I would call it a remix or something else, to not say that the original soundtrack is inferior in any way.
Worship the primal flame.
So, this game, according to SteamDB, has been $3.74 6 times, first on October of 2018, so seems like probably once a year minimum it does go down to $3.74. It doesn't seem like it ever goes any lower than that, but that's not a terrible price for a game that's overwhelmingly positively reviewed. Back to the fall list, we have a game here called Endless Voyage, which looks like a collectible card game. It's mostly positive. What about this, though? Because it's probably not a collectible card game. It's a single-player deck-building game where you attack with the cards, which then brings it down to the question of, is that the kind of game I'd want to play? Or am I just being too generous because it's a card game? Because honestly, it just looks like a Chinese mobile game that's been ported well. Yeah, I think this leaves the fall list. I don't see anything there that makes that make sense. Here we have an Inling, which was supposed to come out 2021. Which is not out yet, so we can't consider it. Here we have a game called EOS, which I think is a puzzle game. It's rated mostly positive, and it's free. So at that point, there's no reason not to put it on the wish list. I suspect this is also a student project. Yes, it is. So it's another example of a student project that I need to get around to. Epic Character Generator. This isn't actually a game, it's more of a interface, I think, for a website to create characters to then use in Dungeons and Dragons and things like that in whatever role-playing games. You get a PNG file with or without background, or layered as a Photoshop document for further customizations. That being said, I think there was a problem with the idea of you create this character using their generator, and yet they retain the rights to your character and the copyright to it, which kind of makes it fairly useless for really creative people. That probably doesn't matter too much if you are just planning on using your character for your local weekly Dungeons and Dragons game. But I imagine there could be a scenario, and I think this has probably happened with a lot of celebrities, where they've had an avatar, they've had a name or something that wasn't a problem until it was a problem, and then all of a sudden they had to rebrand or change what their avatar looked like. Or I know there's probably been some YouTubers out there that have had a fan create fan art and used it in their videos, and then all of a sudden that fan is content ID copyright claiming all their videos because they got mad at them or something. Yeah, for my personal use though, I cannot imagine there being a reason why I would use this. It is an interesting idea. It's another example of software though, where software is a problem. Let's see. See. Paper doll maker, like you can find online, most of the way more free content than this one has. There's no real editing features, just adding different layers to your characters. So yeah. All of the models and items look like they're from renderosity.com, and the faces look the same. Demo version has 5 tops, 2 armors, which cannot be combined with tops, 2 tiaras, and a couple of props. None of the shadows match or are cast in the same direction as the model, which that would be something that software could do versus a website. It's just doing like real-time ray tracing.
A fair a day keeps the doctor away. Back straight, eyes forward. Just finish the job.
Yeah. I might be remembering this wrong. Here you have saying you might as well make a character on heroforge.com.
My heart is a garden.
Maybe there wasn't a license issue here. Maybe there's just a relevancy issue in that there's no reason to use a Steam software to create a character if you need to create a character at all. Let's see. Moving on, we have Epic Conquest 2, which looks like a hack and slash game. It's early access, so I guess I will give it a little bit more time. The other thing I could do is see if I could find Epic Conquest 1, which doesn't seem to exist. Small indie team of 4, it says, made the game. Yeah, I guess if you tell me only 4 people worked in the game, if you tell me the game has been in early access, if you tell me there isn't a prequel to the game, it gets really hard to say yes to something like this. So I'm gonna say no. Yeah. At the very least, it needs to have Epic Conquest 1 needs to be out as a game. Otherwise, the whole idea falls apart.
What is this weird feeling?
Let's see. Next, we have a game called Epic Fun, which is a VR collection of mini games that's mixed reviewed, so I'm just gonna easily take that off. Even though it's free to play, you have to actually buy each individual component. So actually, if you were to add all this content, you're talking $12 to $15. Here we have a game called the Epic of Inanna. I don't know how you pronounce that. Which, some of these pre-bought characters look really rough and oddly just in different styles. Like, this guy looks like he might be in like medieval time, and this is more Viking, and this is more Renaissance time, and this is clearly during real time, and this is the Middle East, so who knows what time frame, but I'd assume kind of relatives because there's eyeshadow and such. And this looks like modern time. Yeah, overall though, this looks like it's garbage. And says it's been translated into all these languages, which I question. I don't even know why this would have been on the follow list. Sometimes I think I just accidentally clicked the button. Well, sometimes I know I accidentally clicked the button.
Look to the zenith. For there I will rise.
So yeah, that can go off the follow list. Let's see, this Epic Palace of Kenosis does not have any reviews yet. I'll give it a little bit more time. I would say though, the thing that caught my attention here was not really what the game was, I think. Like the walking through this 3D environment and seeing this one room looked interesting to me as from like a historical perspective. But the actual game, I don't think has much to do with that, and it has way more to do with just being a real-time strategy building simulation game. Yeah, and I'm unimpressed by that, so I'm gonna take that off. Let's go ahead and kill this.
You're a fiery one.
Let's see, next we have a game called Epitaph, which has no reviews. I suspect it never will at this rate. Competitive, fast-paced tactical brawler. How does this actually play? I kind of like the art style, but I kind of don't. It feels like it's a Darkest Dungeon clone. Feels like it's a little too neon. Apparently there's supposed to be puzzles more than just random fights. I guess I'll give this another year, but more than likely Epitaph is not going to work. Right, we play this to kill this. Then we play this to heal.
I bestow upon you
I have about 20 more games. Here we have one called Equestrian Training, which I don't know if trivia in equestrian games would ever get enough reviews to be relevant. Like, I don't really know if little girls actually like horse riding enough for there to be a argument for there to exist these games, or if it isn't just a bunch of old men think girls like horses a lot and make these low effort games which tend to be pretty terribly low effort. But this is from Microids as a publisher, so there's a level of quality there. When you look at the trailer here, they're using live action footage to kind of hide the fact that you're not really gonna see much graphics. There is a certain point here though that actually teaching girls how to ride a horse before putting them on a horse might be a good idea versus other games where it is pretty much 100% simulation with no education. Let's see.
I shall give birth to a new world.
Today we'll lift some heavy scriptures. You're in good hands. Harder, faster, holier.
Let's.
You were done for. Put your legs into each prayer. Back straight, eyes forward.
So yeah, I guess Equestrian Training stays on the fall list. I'll have to consider it some more, give it some more time.
I'll scorch you as black as
Here we
the
have a game
skies.
called Aerophone, which, let me make sure this is YouTube family friendly. I've gotten kind of lax on making sure I don't flash something on the screen.
Where that came from.
You want the world?
Says discover the secrets of the beautiful. Well, I can show it anyway. So discover the secrets of the beautiful girls in the world using the mysterious app on your mobile phone. Very positive. You'd almost want a augmented reality app in that actually was on a cell phone to show beautiful girls, if that's what you were going for. $4.99 Japanese full audio. Yeah, it's rated very positively. If I'm gonna own or cover or even try and cover adult content games, this would be one to go to the wish list. What will sadly probably happen though, as it tends to happen, is if I thought about covering an adult game, I would try and record it, and then there's a possibility, a decent possibility, that I would end up halfway realizing that this footage can't get on YouTube without a lot of work or a lot of censorship, and then I'm either playing the game just for my own entertainment, which is fine, or I'm spending extra time on top of extra time to edit, or I've wasted a bunch of time because I've created a I've wasted time playing a game that was never gonna make it to YouTube. So very often I choose specifically to not cover adult games or try and play adult games because it's just too risky, and I never have enough footage already scheduled that I could potentially waste a week or two just playing a game that may never air. And I've never found a good system to potentially censor or describe a game and still stay within the bounds of YouTube family friendliness. I don't know if such a system actually exists or not, but that would be the goal.
I shall give birth to a new world.
Yeah, we can, unless he can kill me this turn, I'll win. Here we have Cthulhu Death Escape. I don't know why that showed up after letter E, but it is interesting. But it's still early access, so we'll just leave it. Here we have Escape from Naraka, which is that in early access? I guess not. It does have 30 reviews, so yeah. It's a parkour 3D action platformer more than you would think it would be. But yeah. I kind of have to put this on the wish list in general because there's very few games that cover like Indian hell Naraka, and I don't know anything about it, so it'd be a nice learning experience for me. Alright, well, I can just play this then.
This is where I truly shine.
By your will, O Lord.
Okay, well.
Let us conclude. I've got all the magic I need. Is that how you treat a lady?
Rest
Oh, darn it.
It looks like I'm up.
Nah, I should still win.
This victory is a testament to your strength.
Yeah, it's kind of silly to even stop playing if we're winning. Like, we should take these match wins and enjoy them. But we will stop playing fairly soon here. I still have a decent number of games to cover on the fall list, but then we'll be done. Well, no, actually I have to go back and look at the news feed and see if any new news has happened. Here we have a game called Escape Game Fort Boyard, which this kind of feels like a game where you're trying to win a TV show or something. I don't know if Fort Boyard was a TV show or not. $24.99. It's only been as cheap as $12.49. English and French full audio, with also more DLC content. Yeah, I don't think there's any relevancy here. Yeah, if I was to just guess. I don't think, if this is based off a TV show or something, it's not worth it. There's a British show called The Crystal Maze that this feels a lot like The Crystal Maze. I wouldn't be surprised if one of the ideas, like one of the shows stole the idea from the other show. All the shows are pretty much the same of those kinds of shows. But there is something very weird of having people in shirts and shorts and elbow pads and not dressed up to feel like they were in universe actually trying to escape an actual danger. Because that would be way more interesting, certainly, as if you were just an archaeologist being shown here trying to escape escape an actually dangerous temple. Yeah, I have to say no to this. It is a little unique, but not that unique. Next we have Escape Until Friday, which is rated very positively as a horror game. And the one thing I can't really do is say, oh, horror games now just need to be held to a higher standard. So if 146 people have rated this game, if it's mostly positive, then it hits that standard. I really don't see anything here that's that interesting. Let's see. I guess you just put this on there. What's funny is it says until Friday. You have to escape until Friday, as if you're coming back on Friday to kill them because they kidnapped you, which is probably not a legal reaction.
Stop!
Here we have a game called Escape 2088, which we can see is mixed, so I think we can easily leave this. Now, arguably, I should reject everything that just starts Escape as being a very boring, generic title, but I won't do that. Yeah, this is $3.99, bunch of languages, but being mixed reviewed, it leaves. Next we have Escape the Brothers Salon. I do actually want to play more of these adventure puzzle games, and 3D escape room games. So, even if they have kind of generic names, this is mostly positive, $7.99, English full audio. Maybe I could make even a series where I cover 3 or 4 games that are literally just called Escape something. Next we have Escape World Dilemma, which I think needs a little bit more time. This is like you are kidnapped and in a puzzle style like theme park. I assume there's some puzzles around there. I'll give this a little bit more time to get 30 reviews. More than likely it will. Seems to be 84% positive as a Myst-like game. And there is certainly a logic to waking up in a place that is obviously a theme park more than waking up on Mist Island, for instance, that is a theme park that then gets explained away as existing through magic.
Forces of darkness, bow before my tempest.
Here we have essays on empathy. I don't know if there's a lot of games. It's a collection of mini games, and it's mostly positive, so I guess that's something you have to say yes to. Like, by general reasoning, $12.99, even discounted to $10.39 is a little too expensive. And they're bundling it with the Red Strings Club. But yeah, by my standards, essays on empathy does make it to the wish list. A decent chance, though, I would never actually play it or purchase it. Which, the more often I say that, the more it kind of is just making an argument that I should stop being so lenient and putting games on the wish list, and I should better curate the wish list. But particularly as a gamer, I just always never have enough time to play all the games that I have, so there's always this weirdness around it where I know I may not buy that many more games on my wish list before I've just hit a point where I'm like, I have way too many games. I may never play these. I may die of old age before I play all these games. Moving on, we have Estranged the Departure. I believe this is still early access. No, it's tagged early access, but it's not. Fisherman stranded on mysterious island during a violent storm. Well, it's very positive, so it's been as cheap as $1.49. I bet at $1.49 a game like this really makes sense, and this could be a fairly short experience at that price. Yeah, more and more considering the price changes things.
There is not a soul without sin.
You were done for.
Punish the wicked. Spare the innocent.
Okay, that didn't work out as well as I would like it to have.
Blow on, dear wind.
Let's see, we have Eternal Starlight VR, which this is
Oh Lord.
a VR game. This is the game that I care about, though.
I'll show you.
$19.99 English full audio. A action real-time strategy in VR. I probably would say no to this. I really am not seeing anything. Okay, now I see a reason why. Because of the interface of it. That might be interesting if I ever got VR, which is a huge if to investigate. Okay.
It looks like I'm up.
I still am gonna lose here. Here we have a game on Steam called Ethereal, which looks too ethereal. $9.99, English, Spain, Spanish. It is positive, but I think I kind of want to say no to this. If anything, I've been too generous and just put things on the wish list because it's positively reviewed without really thinking about whether I personally want to play it. And I have to consider that too. And in this case, I'm going to say no. And next we have Ethereal Estate, which looks like it's a VR game. Free. Not VR. Student project? Maybe? It doesn't look bad. Well, weirdly, this is just a free game. So I guess I could say check it out. I'll put it on the wish list. But yeah, it's not VR. It doesn't look like it's a student project. Doesn't seem to be anything. Let's see. Next we have Euphoria Supreme Mechanics, which... yeah, I don't like the visuals here. It looks like it's a laser puzzle game. Checking these videos just in case there's something more.
Activate. Enhance. Fire.
This is a VR game where you're moving around lasers. No. No, this is just too dark. I'm gonna say no to this one. Maybe I'm getting a little cranky and rejecting some games, but honestly, it really doesn't matter. Here we have an RPG that's mostly positive called Evening Starter, but at a certain point, I've got to start rejecting JRPGs and RPGs, particularly ones that just look like dungeon crawlers. $14.99 English Japanese Chinese. This is kind of the exact point where relevancy may be high enough, but there are better dungeon crawlers out there. And while it might be interesting to see the more flatter 90s anime style of characters, we're not going to see a lot of animation, I can tell, for this game. So let's get rid of that. Here we have a game called Everslot, which is a VR game that looks really good for what I think is a hack and slash early access roguelike or roguelite. Yep. But yeah, it's early access, so we'll leave it on the fall list. There weren't a lot of games, obviously, that start with the letter E, so it's no surprise that we can burn through the entire list in one day. Everspace 2. I really think that this is a case where, well, it's in early access, so I don't even have to consider it, so I'll just do that. But Everspace does kind of look like one of those space fly around games that are just not my style. Here we have a game called Evil Manor, which feels like it's something I could reject at this point fairly easily. Yeah, even though it's early access and came out in October of 2020, yeah, we can just remove that. I bet it never gets finished and out of early access. And then we have Evil Ritual, which I think for similar reasons we can probably get rid of, or actually for different reasons we can get rid of. $3.99, whole bunch of languages. Yeah, this one just doesn't look quality enough as the quality of as the quality of horror asset flip games have gone up. It gets easier to reject older horror asset flip games, which I suppose theoretically if the quality of all games went up, it would probably be real easy to identify and remove older games that don't hold the mustard or cut the mustard, whatever that saying is. Here we have a game called Evil Seal, which I'll give it a little bit more time, but more than likely this will never have relevancy. But, yeah. And then Environs Chronicles looks like a card game. It's supposed to be an MMO with in-app purchases, English and Russian. It came out April 22nd. It has 16 reviews. I think for a CCG game, that shows it to be irrelevant. And we can remove that. And here we have Eximius Seize the Front Line. Which seems like it's part real-time strategy and part first-person shooter. Let's see. Do I want to play this game? Yeah, I feel like I'm getting really cranky now with this. It's first-person shooter and real-time strategy hybrid. Yeah, that sounds interesting. I think that has to make it to the wish list. Here we have Existence, which I'll give more time to because it doesn't have enough reviews. Let's come over here and play. Exit the Gungeon. How does Exit the Gungeon play is my question, because I think it heavily is going to come down to will I ever play Enter the Gungeon, and if I do, is that the experience I want? It seems like it plays in several different ways, but mostly it's a platforming shooter bullet hell game. But it does definitely have some... Well, I guess Enter the Gungeon is on the wish list, so in the same way I guess I would probably at least spotlight Exit the Gungeon as a sequel. Yep. Moving on, we have Exocorpse, which, yeah, I think we can reject this as being kind of generic. It's early access since October. Arena shooter, first-person shooter is not really what I would want to play anyways. Let's see.
I'm already a proper lady, you know. I can't move.
Here we have a Experience the Energy, Take the Challenge,
Coming at you.
which play a series of fun mini games to see your skills with 10 exciting careers in oil and gas. Wow, this must be an advertisement for working in the oil industry. Oil and natural gas. Yeah, a free VR game that is probably an advertisement. I would say, like, it is unique and it's free, and if you had VR it might be something you check out, but actually looking at it as a game, it looks like garbage, so I'm gonna take that off the follow list. We're desperate to get the follow list as cleaned up as possible, and that'll never happen if I'm just constantly making exceptions. Also, Experience the Energy, Take the Tour from same developers. Like this is something that would probably make sense at a museum, but at a certain point, why even bother put the software on Steam and then have a museum potentially install Steam onto their computers that they're using to show off something, versus just having the software installed directly on the PC. Like, if you're trying to make a computer specifically to only run a VR headset for a museum presentation or experience, that is one of the few examples where you don't want to install extra software like Steam. Next we have a game called Exploris Vermistory. This has like one user review, but it looks really good. And it's early access. It came out September 2022. I'd have to make a special exception to this. Yeah. Seems to be a fairly short experience. I'm a little bit surprised you don't have a case where more game developers have a burst of creativity and efficiency, and they make a game that is basically a vertical slice or the first level of a bigger experience, if they could make that bigger experience, but they just don't have the time and energy to do it. And after a year or two of working very heavily on the game, they just burn out and don't finish the project. Like, you would kind of expect that to happen a lot more. I certainly have seen that in the case of like open source software and such. It would make it difficult to criticize a game that's in early access. And this game will probably never have relevancy, but I'm going to make a special exception and give it another year. But next time I see Explorers, it is gone. This is the only game, obviously. I have seen maybe a couple of developers like leave one game in early access and move on to the next game. Here we have one called Exis, which has only 2 reviews and is early access. Again, because of the pandemic, I'll give it a little bit more time. And then we have Eye of the Owl, which is very positive as a simulation VR game, which we'll leave on the fall list. Okay, and so then that leaves us in a good point where we can simply, next time I have free time, work on the fall list cleanup and address the next few games that the next group of games that are on the fall list. Alright, so let's reload all these tabs. Put this on the fall list. This is going to take a little time to do this. Shouldn't be that long though. And on the fall list, I'm just clearing up all the tabs I left open on my other window now that I've logged into Steam. Which Well, I reloaded end of days and it's mostly negative at 20%, so we'll go ahead and skip that one. Borderlands has a Steam code, shift code, I think. Put this on the fall list. I was going to go ahead and just promote this to the wish list, which is rated very positive. Tormented Souls may very well be one of these games that does not get was I going to put this on the fall list, or was I going to put this on the wish list? I guess you just put it on the wish list. Wow, it really goes to show also just how quickly you can get reviews. If anybody sees your game at all, you have a high chance of getting at least a couple of reviews. Alright. So now it's all cleaned up. I'll go through my Twitter feeds and see if there's any new news. I suspect there G4 TV is going off for a week for some work-life balance. It says that's crazy. YouTube put out a bunch of videos centering around the idea of being an independent music artist on YouTube, which, yeah, that is definitely a shot across the bow as far as YouTube's friendliness, overly friendliness in my opinion, with the music industry. Sony, Warner Music Group, the big record labels. If YouTube actually stopped being so friendly with them and stopped letting them abuse the content ID system, that would be great. Apparently Square Enix has gotten a trademark for something called Unity Memories in Japan. You won't get any more information there. A Dead Space community live stream is set for August 31st, featuring an early look at the remake. They're going to just keep on pushing Dead Space. They ran out of things to say for a while there. It's been a couple of weeks. China, according to GameDevelopers.com, has massively restricted playtime limits for younger players. I believe it's 1 hour a week. Just like ridiculously. We should actually look at that article and talk about it instead of me just spouting potential fake news. Yeah. I heard about that and didn't want to even mention it until I was certain it was actually something that was happening, because it sounded so extreme that it felt like it was potentially just fake news or propaganda. And there's still definitely a possibility that this is some politician, mid-tier or low-tier politician, put in a restriction that affects very few people compared to the massive amount of people in China, or this is something that affects basically all Chinese people, but it is done in such a way that the larger upper tier politicians have cover, and they can say, no, this isn't something that we implemented. it's not something that is nationwide. Like, it's very easy to exempt perhaps one city or one area and still cover the entire the entirety of the rest of the areas, and then say, well, we don't have a national policy like that, and make it sound like the person asking the question is wrong, when really they're just playing semantics games. Which, yeah, that's not just Chinese politicians that do that by any means. Lots of politicians play semantics games. Alright. I'm going through the rest of my feeds. Should take just a few more seconds. Minute or two. The designer of the Playdate has a video showing off their software development kit. I don't think that's really video game news, because honestly I don't think that many people could have even bought or will ever buy the Playdate as a weird desktop toy, which is all you could really describe it as. It's definitely not a real console or anything that even approaches a real console. Yep, not a lot of video game news coming in on a Monday, which, yeah, I knew it was going to be that way. So I could say, like, Mr. Driller Drillland is coming to the PS5, Xbox Series, PS4, and Xbox One on November 4th in Japan and Asia. That's a Gematsu article. And the roguelike golf adventure game Curse to Golf has been announced for Switch and PC. Which, alright. I don't know if it changes the game much if you're making a joke golf game and then you're being cursed. Honestly, this might just be a slightly better polished version of some previous versions of wacky golf games that have existed up until this point. Doesn't look terrible. And then, yeah, we will end on this. GameDeveloper.com. Let's see. The Chinese government has restricted video game access for younger players to 1 hour per day from Friday to Sunday. Okay. That is way better than 1 hour per week, which is what I thought I had read. Has to be between the 8 hours of 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. And this is anyone under the age of 18. So literally all kids would be online at 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. at best. Yep. That's very totalitarian, to say the least. I mean, what else can you really say? Yeah, that sounds very controlling. It's definitely taking the control out of the hands of the parents, who may want to give more time. And seems like it is a very blunt attempt at control. Yep. I don't know if there's really that much more to say. That's just China in a nutshell, though. So, anyways, thanks to you for chatting once again. That's going to be it for the stream. We went 4 hours and 14 minutes. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me, there's a bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.